Thousands gathered near the White House and at the south lawns of the White House to witness history being made. There were more than 7,000 people, and for the first time, the gates of White House were opened for thousands of Indian Americans as Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a state welcome, a guard of honor at the White House with the US President Joe Biden there. Now, huge deals are likely to be signed, and this is something that is being seen as transformational in India-America relationship. How is this transformational and not transaction? During the course of the next 2 hours on this special broadcast from New Delhi and from Washington DC, we get you the latest. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines on India First. Mega Modi-Biden bilateral meeting underway at the Oval Office at the White House. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says India working shoulder to shoulder with the United States for the benefit of humankind. The US President Joe Biden rolls out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House. Biden calls ties with India the most defining relationship of the 21st century. And it's raining strategic deals in DC. India and the US to sign a mega fighter jet engine deal, semiconductor facilities to be set up in India. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, and NASA to carry out a joint manned mission into space in 2024. In other news, ahead of the mega opposition meet in Patna on Friday, discord in opposition unity. Aam Aadmi Party threatens the Congress either to back the ordinance or face boycott of the meeting. Karnataka government hikes power tariff by 30%. Protests erupt. A Bandh called. In his opening comments, Prime Minister Narendra Modi mentioned that he'd seen White House from outside about 3 decades ago. Today, he received a state welcome, a guard of honor at the south lawns of the White House. But he said the bigger story was that 7,000 people, for the first time ever, the gates of the White House were opened for such a large number of Indian Americans, for them to witness history. The US President Joe Biden, he's defined the India-America relationship as the most defining partnership of the 21st century. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his opening comments inside the Oval Office, specifically mentioned a statement that had been made by then Vice President Joe Biden in 2014, when he said his effort would be to ensure America becomes India's best friend. And the Prime Minister said this is exactly what is giving strength to this relationship, that Biden is India's friend, India's well-wisher. And the part of this relationship comes from the 5 million strong Indian American community, the glue that binds the two countries together. Before I get you more on the story, let's quickly cut across and listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's opening statement inside the Oval Office when the conversation started. The bilateral is currently underway.
राष्ट्रपति जी, मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और डॉक्टर जी बाइडेन का भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिस प्रकार से आपने गर्मजोशी से मेरा और हमारे डेलीगेशन का स्वागत किया। और विशेष रूप से मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, आज आपने व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार भारतीय समुदाय के लिए खोल दिए और हजारों की तादाद में भारतीय समुदाय अमेरिका भारत की भावी रणनीति के साक्षी बनने के लिए आज हमारे बीच मौजूद थे। एक्सेलेंस, आप हमेशा भारत के एक बहुत अच्छे शुभचिंतक रहे। और जब भी आपको जहां भी अवसर मिला है, आपने हमेशा भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों के महात्म्य को बहुत बड़ा बल दिया है, बहुत बड़ी ताकत दी है। और मुझे याद है कि 8 साल पहले यूएस इंडिया बिजनेस काउंसिल को संबोधित करते हुए आपने एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात कही थी और आपने कहा था, आवर गोल इज टू बिकम इंडिया बेस्ट फ्रेंड। ये आपके शब्द आज भी गूंज रहे हैं। भारत के प्रति आपकी यही व्यक्तिगत प्रतिबद्धता हमें अनेक बोल्ड और महत्वाकांक्षी कदम उठाने के लिए प्रेरित कर रही है। आज भारत अमेरिका स्पेस की ऊंचाइयों से समुद्र की गहराइयों तक, एंशियंट कल्चर से लेकर के आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस तक हर क्षेत्र में कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं। डिप्लोमेटिक दृष्टि से जब किन्हीं दो देशों के बीच संबंधों की बात की जाती है तो अक्सर औपचारिक ज्वाइंट स्टेटमेंट, वर्किंग ग्रुप्स और एमओयू उसी के दायरे में आमतौर पर बातचीत होती है। इसका अपना महत्व है ही, लेकिन भारत और अमेरिका के रिश्तों का असली इंजन हमारे मजबूत पीपल टू पीपल संबंध है। और इस इंजन की एक जोश भरी दहाड़ हमने अभी बाहर व्हाइट हाउस के लॉन पर भी सुनी है। एक्सेलेंसी, जैसा आपने कहा, मैं उसे फिर से दोहराना चाहूंगा, आज की तेजी से बदल रही वैश्विक स्थिति में सभी की नजर विश्व के सबसे 2 बड़े लोकतांत्रिक देशों पर है, भारत और अमेरिका पर है। मेरा मानना है कि हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक साझेदारी मानव जाति के कल्याण के लिए, वैश्विक शांति और स्थिरता के लिए, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाली सभी ताकतों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और पहले से कहीं ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम मिलकर पूरे विश्व के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने में अवश्य सफल होंगे। आज हमारी बातचीत में हम ऐसे ही कई मुद्दों पर बात करेंगे और अपने स्ट्रेटेजिक संबंधों को नए आयाम से जोड़ेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर आपको आपकी मित्रता के लिए हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
So not only was the red carpet rolled out for Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House, a lot of effort, a lot of thought has been put in on what to serve at that meal, who would the guests be, what kind of music would play. And it's being said that Dr. Jill Biden, the US First Lady, was personally involved in this planning. But the US President, Joe Biden, actually said this relationship is actually a defining moment, bending the arc of history for global good. So there is a meeting of the minds when it comes to India and the United States of America. This is a partnership that will benefit not just the people of India and the people of the United States of America, but this is to benefit humankind at large. And how? Let's listen in.
Over that past 10 years, those small steps have transformed into large progress. And today, the partnership between our countries is stronger than it's ever been. We see it in our major defense partnership, now a pillar of the Indo-Pacific peace and security structure. We see it in our economic ties and efforts to promote inclusive economic growth for our people and, quite frankly, people all around the world. And we see it in our growing cooperation on a whole range of issues in space, emerging technologies, clean energy, global infrastructure. I want to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for your decision and hosting the G20 this year and focusing the world on the challenges that matter not just to you and I and our country, but to all of us. I look forward to discussing how we can strengthen our partnership and build a future together worthy of both our peoples, one grounded on democracy, human rights, freedom, and the rule of law. So welcome again, Mr. Prime Minister. We have a big agenda to continue to build our progress. Again, step by step, but continue to build.
So when you talk of the defense partnership, is this just about the sale of GEF 414 jet engines for the Indian Air Force or about the MQ-9B Sea Guardian unmanned combat aerial vehicles? Is this all about challenging China, or is there much more to this partnership? Because it's not just about defense, there's also space exploration, there's also critical and emerging technology cooperation, chip manufacturing, and a lot more. I bring you this report, and before I bring you this report, let's quickly cut across to Washington DC. Let's cut across to White House. India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal joins us with the latest. And Rahul, the bilateral meetings are on. There are great expectations from this meeting and from the outcomes, Rahul.
Oh, absolutely. The meeting's already run over the initial schedule, about 20 minutes late already. Where we are, just in front is where you enter for the press conference. We're told that there will be one question each, one from the American media, one from the Indian journalists, when the press conference begins, and then we'll have the joint statement which is put out, where we'll really see how these two countries have been able to bring together in text the agreements that they've reached, the kind of understanding that both countries have come to. Gaurav, I remember you had come with us in 2014 when we were here for Prime Minister Modi's visit.
Yes.
2015 when he'd come to the UNGA, Madison Square Gardens. And at that time, you could have said that, okay, here's a leader who's just got elected. There is a certain novelty to him coming to the US, especially since he was denied a visa. None of the popularity that we saw then seems to have diminished. In fact, it's probably already grown. These were the lawns of the Bidens where they were chanting Modi, Modi. American journalists here quite amazed, bewildered by the kind of scenes that we were seeing. One of them, in fact, told me that the last time they saw something similar, Gaurav, was when the Pope had come to the White House. That's the only time they've seen something similar to the kinds of scenes we've seen at the White House today. This, make no mistake, is history being scripted live and in front of eyes, and that's the coverage that we're bringing together in New Delhi and in Washington DC. A new chapter being written in the relationship, in the ties between India and the US. And you've tracked, Gaurav, the light combat aircraft jet engines which we've struggled with. The Kaveri engine, for various reasons on account of its weight, unwieldiness, simply wasn't able to deliver the kind of bang that the Indian Air Force wanted. Many pilots were quite unhappy with the performance of the light combat aircraft in its initial avatar. Hopefully, with this transfer of technology from GE, the GE F414 jet engine should be able to really give the light combat aircraft the kind of airworthiness and the kind of combat capability that you'll need when you're going up against an F-16 in the case of the Pakistan Air Force, or in the case of the PLF, the Chinese Air Force. You would need the kind of technology that India is now being given access to, which it is denied so far. My big concern, I'm very curious to know what you think of this, Gaurav, is whether Hindustan Aeronautics will be able to deliver and execute on the technology that they're being given. You remember how Rafale, the manufacturers had concerns about our ability to be able to take that technology, deliver in real time, which kind of held up the contract before it became a government-to-government contract. It is what held up the contract initially because they were just not certain that HAL could deliver. Now they're getting this technology, different components of that technology. Will they then be able to assimilate it, deliver what they're being taught, and then even not just leave it where it is, but build on it and take it into the future by adding new layers of technology in the years to come, Gaurav?
Rahul, that's a very, very pertinent point that you raised there, because with that deal, of the UPA government, when it came to the Rafale, it got stuck because neither Hindustan Aeronautics Limited nor the manufacturers were willing to sign off. There was no clarity who would sign off on the final HAL manufactured Rafale jets, and it remained in limbo for an entire year. When the Modi government then took over, they then went in for a different deal, and that was precisely the reason how much of the technology can India assimilate? And I think that's one reason why in this G2G deal, there is also, the private sector is also likely to be roped in. You'll be in a better position to tell us the nuts and bolts of that MOU that's been signed between HAL and General Electric for the GE 414 engines. But you're absolutely right, Rahul. These engines will be a game changer for India, especially when they're manufactured in India for the Indian Air Force, Rahul. But it's not just about the fighter jet engines. There's a lot more on critical and emerging technologies, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And that's where the role of Ajit Doval, our national security advisor, and in the case of the US, Jake Sullivan, becomes very crucial. Because if these conversations were looked at purely from an external affairs or commercial, finance or industry, commerce perspective, then they're much tougher to come by. The moment there is a national security dimension, that's where Dr. Jaishankar and the Indian Ministry of External Affairs have been able to play this very smartly by giving it the national security dimension, a lot which would otherwise got held up in bureaucratic tangles here in DC, now getting expedited. And that's where ISET really has been a game changer. Not too many people know the nuances of ISET, but what I can broadly say is that it gives a framework where you're able to push through. And also, it's not just the framework, it's also the reality of the threat posed by Beijing, which makes things critical for the US as well, because you want to muscle India out militarily if there is at all any counterbalance to Chinese hegemony in the Asian continent. It can only be in the form and shape of India. The other countries in Japan and South Korea are great friends of India, and those are relations the people of India and the governments of India will build on in the years to come, but they don't have the kind of population, the kind of might that a country like India has, especially the perpetuity value building out into the next 15-20 years, which is why it's also important for the United States at a time when it's facing these kind of challenges being posed by Beijing. It's important for the US also to ensure that India is capable of providing a security counter to China's nefarious designs in Asia and elsewhere, and in the Indo-Pacific. Gaurav.
Rahul, stay with me. Let me also introduce other guests on our broadcast. We have Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, former Kashmir Corps commander and someone who watches issues of national security and strategy very closely, joining us on the broadcast. Also with me is Sushant Sareen, senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, and India Today's national affairs editor and bureau chief Abhishek Bhalla joining us on the show. But before I come to our guests, Rahul, in case you have to go for this press conference and the meet. Okay, Rahul, I'm told, has already left. He has to go back. That bilateral meeting already overshot its schedule. But General Hasnain, let me begin by asking you, okay, Rahul, I'm told, is back. Rahul, the big takeaways from this meeting, and especially when we talk of critical and emerging technologies and the deals that are happening, especially in space, a manned mission to space by 2024, Rahul, that would be big. Okay, I'll try and reestablish that link, but General Hasnain, is China the glue that brings India and America together, or is China one aspect? There is much more that bring the two countries together, sir.
Thank you, first of all, Gaurav. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be on your show. If you had asked me this question 5 years ago, I may have dilly-dallied, I may have spoken in the grey zone, but today when you ask me this question, I speak in the positive. Ever since the events of 2020 April, there is an element of greater seriousness. In fact, I would take this back even to Doklam 2017. There is a level of seriousness that China's intent against India seems to have arrived, the actual intent against India, and that is to browbeat India, show it as if it is in the second place in Asia and in the international environment, and that if it decides to join the other forces led by the United States, then India would cut a sorry figure somewhere. Now that kind of an attitude which it adopted obviously led India to start taking its threats much more seriously, despite the fact that we doubled our trade to $125 billion, much of it in favor of China. But despite that, we know that this is a two-track kind of a thing which is going on. On one side, a trade which is progressing, and the other side, China trying to make sure that India does not emerge as a competitive neighbor. They're trying to browbeat India on the border, trying to second case it, and also to try and impact its strategic confidence. All this, when you see together, you see that India, the emerging Indo-US relation today, is one of the major triggers for this, has been the cascade of events from April 2020 right till 2022-23.
So if China wanted to browbeat India, Sushant Sareen, clearly China appears to have failed, because India is actually, as is argued, looks for an opportunity in an adversity. Aapada mein afsar, and getting the GE 414 engines or the Sea Guardian drones or space technology, critical and emerging technologies, semiconductors being made in India, all of this is actually disadvantaged China.
Yeah, but Gaurav, I would say that the relations between India and the US have been a work in progress over the last almost 30 years, even before China became as big a threat for the United States as the United States perceives it to be now. Much before that, at a time when the US actually believed that the Chinese will become a kind of a mirror image of the United States, that they will become something very different from what they are. Even when the US had romantic notions about China, even at that point of time, our relations with the United States had started growing. But I think now the Chinese have done us a favor by lending greater urgency to the US-India partnership. I think we must thank Xi Jinping for what he has done. His belligerence, his bullying countries, his expansionism, all of that, I think, has been a shot in the arm for India-US relations. And these relations are going forward. Now, clearly the Chinese have ruffled a lot of feathers. You would remember when Quad first came into existence, which was it was being spoken about almost 15 years back, there wasn't much interest, neither in Japan nor in Australia. Even India and the US were somewhat lukewarm towards it. Look at Quad today. Look at the number of areas in which cooperation is growing between the two countries. It's not just defense and technology issues. It's a whole range of other issues, including supply chains, including many new frontier technologies, including things like cooperation in infrastructure development, in this whole concept of global south and how to bring it up. So when you look at the sheer breadth of the relationship between India and US, or India and United States and its allies, I think it's a completely different world today than what it was maybe 10 years back or even 5 years back.
And perhaps,
we need to look at it from that point of view.
Yes, Abhishek, there is realization in the United States, India perhaps is the only country in the world that's standing up to China, and how, whether it was Doklam in 2017 or Galwan in 2020, and it continues. India refuses to buckle under Chinese pressure, and that is why India has to be strengthened in American national interest.
Well, definitely, Gaurav, there are a lot of strategic interests when it comes to whatever we are seeing between the two countries, and how several deals have been signed up. A lot of thrust on defense that we've already discussed here. Also on high-tech new systems, semiconductors. All these are strategic, deals. It's not just trade between two countries.
Yes.
So that's something that that the US is looking very closely at when they want to enhance cooperation with India. And one thing is very noteworthy, Gaurav. Since the tussle in Ladakh, LAC, not just China, particularly LAC, has found a lot of references in official US discourse time and again we've seen Department of Defense reports of America that have mentioned aggressive maneuvering by China, particularly at the line of actual control, references to Ladakh, the expanding villages that they have across the LAC. And in fact, recently there is a senatorial committee report of Foreign Affairs that condemns these kind of Chinese aggression at the line of actual control. So very clearly, whatever developments have happened at the line of actual control, US believes they can be, exploited to enhance this cooperation that US is now seeking with India.
Shift supply chains either out of China or at least have additional supply chains so that China cannot hold the world to ransom like it did post-COVID in 2020. That appears to be one of the key result areas, and India is the best India is not just the best place with a young population, with an educated English-speaking population, but a government that says they're ready for all these businesses to shift out of China or at least have additional businesses in India. So during the second leg, this is the Washington DC leg of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit, he's met prominent tech czars in DC. He's held detailed conversations about how Indian interests, American interests, and interests of democracies can actually be aligned to ensure that the global supply chain is not disrupted again.
Intimate dinner. Key bilateral meet. Technological collaborations. And big-ticket tech talks. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US is high on substance. A visit that offers an opportunity to the United States to strengthen its economic and security cooperation with India. Ahead of the intimate dinner with US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, Modi met leading tech czars in Washington, D.C. In a series of high-profile back-to-back meetings, Prime Minister Modi met Gary E. Dickerson, the president and CEO of semiconductor giant Applied Materials, inviting his company to boost the chip-making ecosystem in India.
We will be announcing soon a new innovation center in India. With Applied Materials, we'll also bring global partners into this new innovation center. And this innovation center will really be focused on innovation in the equipment. And we have very high confidence that working together with India, we can create a tremendous success.
Amid jet engine deal buzz, PM Modi met the chairman and CEO of General Electric, H. Lawrence Culp Jr. GE is likely to sign a pact with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to manufacture jet engines in India. Prime Minister Modi also met Sanjay Mehrotra, the president and CEO of American chipmaker Micron Technology. During the meeting, Modi invited Micron Technology to manufacture semiconductors in India.
Had an excellent meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Very impressed with the vision that he has for India and the advances that India is making. We discussed a wide range of topics, and we really look forward to greater opportunities in India.
Modi had earlier met Tesla chief and Twitter owner Elon Musk, who described himself as a Modi fan and expressed willing to invest in India.
He really wants to do the right thing for India. He wants to be open. He wants to be supportive of new companies, and obviously, but at the same time, make sure it accrues to India's advantage, which is, obviously that's the job. I'm saying I am a fan of Modi, so I have to say that.
Modi's active wooing of global businesses of the future can potentially redefine business ties with the US. With Geeta Mohan and Rahul Kanwal in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
So we have some details of what all is likely to happen. Information that's just coming in. There is to be an agreement on semiconductors. So there's chip manufacturing in India, and this is huge with Micron Tech. It's a joint investment of close to $2.7 billion. That's the information that's coming in. There's a testing plant that's likely to be set up in Gujarat. Then the MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones. The deal is likely to be announced by the Prime Minister and the US President together. The Americans are describing it as a trailblazing deal. That is the GE-414 engines. There's also a conversation about US Navy ships being repaired in India, and this Artemis Accord on space exploration, a joint mission to the International Space Station. General Hasnain, when you look at the length and breadth of the kind of agreements that are likely to happen, this isn't just restricted to defense and strategy. This is actually science, technology, people to people, in terms of American professors coming to teach in Indian universities and more Indian students studying in the United States of America, sir.
No doubt, Gaurav. This is absolutely mind-boggling, because the list you just read out completely would also demand a tremendous backup of human resources. If I can recall, the route which China took from 1978, where they gave a tremendous priority to technical education, yes, alongside the infusion of or the induction of technology. This is the same methodology which is being looked at here, and we will need a tremendous amount of human resources if we have to take all these deals forward. I would like to always caution ourselves, the strategic community in India, that while we get excited by all this, we must recall that there have been times in the past when we have signed great deals, but we have not been able to exploit them and take them to their natural conclusion. The nuclear deal, for example, the nuclear suppliers deal, for example, was something which did not become the transformational deal that we were expecting at that particular time. But this is very, very exciting. There's no doubt about it. These are the first time you find actual trust. This is the actual manifestation of the political, the international, the geopolitical trust that must emerge between India and the United States if they are to become strategic partners to counter the rise of China.
Oh, absolutely. You're absolutely right, sir. In fact, now there's breaking news coming in. The news that's just coming in from Washington, D.C. is that the restricted bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the U.S. President Joe Biden is over. The U.S. President is now participating in an expanded bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the delegation. And some of the members of the delegation, as far as the U.S. delegation is concerned, is Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, Lloyd Austin, Secretary Defense, Gina Raimondo, Secretary Commerce, there's Energy Secretary, there's of course Jake Sullivan, Assistant to the President on National Security Affairs, Eric Garcetti is America's ambassador, the American ambassador to India. Let me also tell you more about the Indian side that's participating in this information that's coming in right now. Dr. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor, Vinay Mohan Kwatra, Foreign Secretary, Taranjit Singh Sandhu, Ambassador to the United States of America, and other names of the Indian delegation in this bilateral meeting. Much more on the story. Rahul Kanwal in conversation with Ro Khanna, because now the focus will shift on to the Prime Minister's address at the US Congress. Of course, there is a lot of deals to be announced before that, but let's listen in to Rahul Kanwal.
I want to go across now, live and exclusive, to one of the biggest friends of India here in the United States. Congressman Ro Khanna now joins us. We're right outside the White House, where at the Oval Office, Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with American President Joe Biden, and amongst the movers and shakers working behind the scenes to make this visit possible and to make it the kind of success that it's been is the man who's now with us live on India Today News Track. Congressman Khanna, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the kind of effort that you've made in trying to build the relationship between India and the US. As somebody who's played such an important role in this visit by the Indian Prime Minister, could you begin by giving us your sense of what you think is the biggest takeaway from Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the US?
Well, first of all, welcome to the United States. It was extraordinary to see almost 3,000 people on the White House lawn. And of course, the galleries are going to be packed, as is the House, when the Prime Minister comes and addresses the United States Congress later today. I believe the enthusiasm for the relationship is grounded on common interests and common values, a defense interest to make sure that China doesn't emerge as a hegemon in Asia or threaten the sovereignty of nations, a interest in solving climate and solving scientific issues together, and an interest economically in partnering to make sure that our workers and our companies succeed.
I was seeing that in California, you've been facing some pushback on account of the role that you've played in trying to build the India-America relationship. Do you want to talk a bit about that, this criticism that's being flung the way of President Biden, and how he's been able to, leave what the naysayers are saying on the side and really focus on what can be done to take the India-America relationship to the next level?
Well, I have faced criticism for helping play a role in inviting the Prime Minister to address Congress. But I have the same philosophy as President Obama, which is that you talk to leaders, especially of allies, and no country agrees with everything. Of course, it's important to respect human rights, and it's important for India's own cohesion to embrace pluralism, and that is part of a conversation with India. But to have that conversation, you have to engage with the leaders and respect the leaders, and that is what this is about. So I don't think that the criticism is justified.
Also, the fact that there's been so much component around transfer of technology in sensitive areas from the United States to India. What do you think has allowed for this to happen? Is it the common threat that both Washington and New Delhi see in Beijing, which is allowing for things like the purchase of the GE 414 jet engines to go through with a component of transfer of technology, which otherwise would have been very difficult to make happen?
Well, some of us have been leading for years to have India treated as a non-NATO major partner. I've been working with Senator Warner and going to be introducing that again. I think those efforts have paid off, as has this administration, where we're getting the jet engine deal done, where India now has access to the latest technology. And India is recognizing that the Russian equipment doesn't work. So they also are more incentivized to build the relationship with the United States.
Well, it's not just the view of the Biden administration, because we've seen with the AUKUS nuclear submarine deal with Australia got caught up in congressional approvals. Now that the administration has given its consent for the purchase of the GE jet engines, do you think that there will be adequate bipartisan support on the transfer of high-end technology to India, or do you think that could get stuck in Washington's long and laborious political process?
Well, as co-chair of the India caucus, I will be working hard to make sure that it doesn't get bogged down in the congressional process. This is also why I'm introducing with Senator Warner the resolution to treat India not just as a strategic trade partner, which it is, but as a non-NATO defense partner off the rank of Japan or in Australia. But I think people in the Congress get it. They understand that we need this defense partnership, that it is critical for India's own border security, and it helps American interests. It helps our ability to gather intelligence in Asia. It helps our ability to make sure no country emerges as a hegemon in Asia. It helps us to diversify our economic interests, not to be dependent solely on China for our manufacturing, but to have a more diversified Asian hub.
Where next to? India and the United States have made substantial progress in deepening their ties during Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the US. What do you see as being the next part of this continuing journey?
Well, I think this is going to be critical. I'm hopeful that members of Congress then will, of course, visit India. India will be hosting the G20. The president, I hope, will go there, and cabinet members will continue to go there. The people-to-people relationship is so important. We need to have more scientific research together. We need to work and have better economic ties that are actually benefiting the United States, because unlike China, we don't have a massive trade deficit with India. India is buying things from the United States. That's creating jobs in the United States. So I hope we can strengthen that, continue to strengthen the defense ties.
Congressman Khanna, for joining us on this broadcast as we broadcast live from inside the White House. Thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you've done towards building this relationship, and we look forward to seeing where things go from here. Thank you for taking out time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the United States is very clear. Cannot bank on China, cannot let China continue to take the world for a ride like China did post-COVID 2020, diversify supply chains. Now that's advantage India. We're looking at these images, live images that are coming in from the White House. This is where the press conference or the statements will be made both by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden. Agreements will be exchanged after this bilateral, this extended bilateral that is currently on, and I believe a couple of questions will be taken. But Sushant Sareen, you heard Ro Khanna there, and the United States appears to be very clear. China is the problem. You don't want a hegemon in this area, and China is not just a threat for India. Sushant Sareen, we've been saying this all along. The Americans finally seem to have realized this, that China is a threat not just for India, but for the entire democratic free world. And if not checked now, it will threaten America in a very big way in the coming decades.
Gaurav, to be fair to the Americans, they were not the only ones who were taken in by the Chinese. I think we too fell for, this whole nonsense of the peaceful rise of China. And even though we had our concerns with, what the Chinese were doing, the growing Chinese power, but I think somewhere along the line, there was a sense in India that, everything will remain hunky-dory between the two countries. Nobody, or at least the Chinese, will not push things over the edge, which clearly they have done. They have been pressing us consistently over the last 20-25 years. What their strategy against us has been that they catch us in these petty little things, this Sajid Mir holding on to the designation of terrorist or a couple of other stuff like this, and then they will give in after some time, but in return they'll try and look for something bigger, So I think it is important for us to not get caught up into this nonsense which the Chinese are trying to foist on us, number one. Number two, I personally think that we cannot and we should not try and match the Chinese gun for gun, tank for tank, missile for missile. I think we need to rethink how we are going to stop the Chinese, how we are going to counter them. And I think we have some very smart people in the military who can do it. But having said that, a closer partnership with the Americans, I think, is something which really works very well for us as well as for the Americans. Does that mean that we are going to open a second front in the case the Chinese open a front somewhere else against the Americans? I don't think we've reached that stage yet.
Okay.
We might in the future. But I think for now, the fact that if we are able to, what General Hasnain was also saying, and I think that is something which people need to take very seriously. In the old days, Rahul, I don't remember if you knew that old hockey rule that there used to be a D, and the Indian players were very adept at taking the ball up to the D, but never being able to convert it into a goal.
Yeah.
The same thing is happening in many of the, economic deals which we are striking. Many of the investments that we are trying to attract, we take the ball into the D, and at the last minute we falter. General Hasnain gave the example of the nuclear deal. I could give you many others. And I think we need to really raise up our act so that we can actually become the very attractive investment destination which we are, which is something which will give us technology, not because we are going to negotiate for it, but in the natural course of things.
Okay.
You know, this constant refrain which we have, transfer us the technology, that's nonsense. We should not even be looking for it. We will develop the technology once our people get trained. You know, when these investments come in, people start working on it. We have bright people. They will develop our own technologies.
Sure.
You know,
But isn't that the effort?
Experience.
Isn't that the effort right now? Take what you get, Abhishek. And when it comes to China, Abhishek, you know, clearly Pakistan is no longer a threat for us. And if you notice, nobody is talking about Pakistan because I think post Balakot, Abhishek, there's a realization the only weapon Pakistan had in its arsenal was terror, and India knows how to punish that terror. That punishment, that gap that we've had with China, I think that desperation is to reduce that gap to be able to ensure that China does not do any more salami slicing of our territory.
Gaurav, in the last few years, there are very few stories of big shows that we've done focusing on Pakistan, isn't it? Our focus has been China in our newsroom, and a very similar thing has been seen when it comes to your military leadership, your political leadership. Pakistan is almost off the discourse, as you said now. The reason for that is what China has been up to, not just in Ladakh since 2020, but we had Doklam before that, and 2013 Depsang.
Yes.
And it's the Depsang ghost that is still bothering you now, because whenever you talk to them and you say that, you know, you need to leave Depsang, retreat from here, China just goes into a dilly-dallying mode and says this is a legacy issue and things like that. So intentions are very clear, and every aspect of India's security strategy now begins with how we need to deal with China, which wasn't the case a little earlier.
That's the immediate threat. That's the immediate threat, General Hasnain. Closing this gap. There was a huge gap between India and China when it came to defense. As you know better, you've served so extensively along the line of actual control. But with these GE-414 engines or the MQ-9 Sea Guardian drones for ISR or over the horizon intelligence gathering, how much of the gap are we closing in terms of, one, intelligence sharing with America, two, getting anti-submarine warfare equipment? What more do we need to do with America, with other democracies to ensure that we are stronger to take on China's salami slicing?
See, Gaurav, this can't be a one-time affair. Whenever you're doing transformation, particularly, it has to be a progressive thing which must take place over generation or 2 generations at least. This is how the United States developed it. After 1990, after the Gulf War, all the lessons learned from the Gulf War, the United Nations carried out its own transformation. The Indian transformation should have taken off in 2004, 2005, got delayed by a couple of years, 10, 11 years almost. So today, I'm looking at the deals that we are talking about just now primarily as triggers. And there's no doubt that if they substantially reach the stages of finalization, and finally you find in about 2 years or 3 years all this technology coming in, many of them off the shelf, being able to be able to purchase them, definitely is going to close the gap. But as someone very clearly and correctly said, let's not chase parity. Let's try reducing and diluting asymmetry. That is the principle. The concept should be to try and dilute the asymmetry so that our levels of deterrence, what is dissuasion today, must rise to deterrence tomorrow. We must be able to train our human resource capabilities all along the northern borders too at the same time. There are vulnerabilities galore all over. It's not that 5 or 6 deals are going to close down all these vulnerabilities. This has to be a progressive thing, and I think a very good direction has been taken by this visit.
Okay, I want to once again cut across to White House and show you those images of that press conference room. We see some movement happening there. Officials are slowly coming in, and journalists have been asked to take their seat, to take their places. Officials are already in. in a moment from now. The moment delegates come in, then you know that that press conference or that statement will be there any moment. So let's take a quick break. I leave you with these images. A quick break. Back with lots more. Stay with us here on India Today.
Best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe and get freebies worth 2,700 from your favorite brands.
There was one person among thousands that joined Prime Minister Modi for the Yoga Day celebrations in New York who stood out. It was Hollywood actor Richard Gere. The 73-year-old, who's best known for playing Edward Lewis in Julia Roberts' star A Pretty Woman.
Do you do yoga ordinarily as part of your life?
No, I have done it. I'm more of a Tai Chi person than a yoga person, but physical yoga. But mental yoga, yes, absolutely.
He may be into Tai Chi, but Gere was right next to Prime Minister Modi at the UN headquarters lawns, chanting Om and performing every asana. After the celebrations, he hailed the Prime Minister's message of universal brotherhood.
He's a product of Indian culture. Comes from a vast place, as Indian culture does. And this sense of universal brotherhood and sisterhood is, of course, a message we always want to hear over and over again.
The symbolism of Richard Gere's presence at the Yoga Day celebrations isn't lost on anyone. He's a follower of the Dalai Lama and has fought for the cause of Tibet for years. Just months ago, he voiced outrage, accusing China of cruelty, collective violence and persecution of the Tibetan people. His film Red Corner, where he played an American lawyer trapped in a corrupt Chinese legal system, also ran into trouble with the communist regime. But that didn't stop Gere from condemning China's occupation of Tibet, horrendous human rights situation at the 1993 Oscars. Gere has said that he lost out on plush Hollywood assignments for his anti-China stance. His presence next to Prime Minister Modi is not just a sign of growing India-US ties, but also a clear message aimed at China. Bureau Report, India Today.
While some of the drivers and conductors of Haryana roadways are infamous for their arrogance, Sukhbir Chotiwala is a pleasant aberration. Sukhbir, who hails from Rithal village of Rohtak, works as an operator of Haryana roadways. Working since 2017, Sukhbir makes sure his passengers are comfortable. In the scorching heat, Sukhbir serves water to all the passengers from his salary.
मेरी ड्यूटी जयपुर रूट पे लगी थी सोनीपत से जयपुर तो उस टाइम बहुत गर्मी थी तो मैंने वहाँ देखा सवारी बच्चे पानी के लिए गर्मी में बहुत बुरा हाल था जी तो मैंने सोचा ड्यूटी के साथ साथ क्यों ना थोड़ा ये धर्म पुण्य का काम भी हो जाए और उसी दिन से आते ही मैंने 4 कैंपर खरीदे और अगले दिन मैं कैंपर ही लेके गया रूट पे और ये जल की सेवा फिर वहीं से शुरू की जी मैंने।
Sukhbir's selfless act has impressed Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, who praised Sukhbir in a tweet and invited him to Chandigarh to felicitate him. No wonder Sukhbir's bus is a favourite among passengers amid the prevailing heat wave condition. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 35 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 35 and minimum 23 degrees.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
US President Joe Biden has rolled out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to the United States of America. There are two images on your television screen. One of that conversation at the Oval Office at the White House. The second, all eyes on that all-important statement being made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden on the agreements that India and America have arrived at. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's news director Rahul Kamal, getting us the latest from the White House through this conversation. And Rahul, you're there at the press conference. How soon does it start? What are we expecting?
Hi Gaurav, this bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the American President Joe Biden has gone on for a lot longer than had originally been slotted. It turned into an extended bilateral later where the President of the United States was joined by the likes of Jake Sullivan, his National Security Advisor, Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State, Eric Garcetti, America's ambassador to India. And the Indian side had Dr. Jaishankar, Subramanian Jaishankar, ex-Vice Prime Minister, and Ajit Doval, our National Security Advisor. I want to give you a sense of context in terms of where we are. This is the East Room inside the White House, where the press briefing will be held. We're told that there'll be one question each from the Indian and American delegation of journalists that are here. I'll just raise the camera a bit so you have some context in terms of where we are just at this moment, Gaurav. So there's all the other journalists who are currently waiting for this press conference to start. This has been, we saw the kind of body language that there was inside the Oval Office when the Indian Prime Minister was meeting with the American President, and it seemed that they built a certain level of economy, which was quite remarkable. Some of the atmosphere is marred by the comments made by Barack Obama, which generated some chatter, coming as they do on a day when Joe Biden was doing this big foreign policy outreach with the Indian government. And that, as you know, we've tracked external affairs for so long. Okay, I see Eric Garcetti and everybody else just walk in. Let me just turn the camera around. There you go. America's ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, and the others just walking in. The bilateral meeting now very clearly over. In a short while from now, the Indian Prime Minister and Dr. Jaishankar. Okay, I see Dr. Jaishankar walk in right now. That's our External Affairs Minister. Right behind him, Gaurav, Vinay Quatra, who's our Foreign Secretary, officials from the Prime Minister's office walking in as well through the East Room, where this briefing will start in a short while from now. That's Vinay Quatra, Foreign Secretary. The meetings are over, and officially SPG Chief of Him, I see Ajit Doval, our National Security Advisor, walking in. There's also Karanjit Singh, the ambassador here to the United States. So all these officials are now coming in, and in a few moments from now, a big press conference with India's Prime Minister and American President. I see that a teleprompter on one side, so I suppose that's where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be, and then on the other side will be America's President Joe Biden. So all the officials from the Ministry of External Affairs and from the Ministry of External Affairs and from the Biden administration now working in the extended bilateral, very clearly now over, and preparation is currently on, Gaurav, for that press conference to start moments from now. Gaurav?
Rahul, very interesting. I mean, because of your mobile phone camera, it's almost as if all of us, including the India Today viewers, we are all there in the East Wing of White House, watching this, sitting there live. It's amazing. You've been speaking to your sources throughout the day, and I believe there's some forward movement, Rahul, on the MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones. There's forward movement on Micron Technologies setting up a chip making and testing plant, I believe in Gujarat. So there's lots of forward movement, not just in defense, but in multiple fields.
Absolutely, Gaurav. This is the real substance of this bilateral between India and the United States. It's not so much the songs, the revelry, the people-to-people ties. This is the muscle, this is the meat of this conversation. So I want to show you just what's happening right in front of me. Dr. Jaishankar, Karanjit Singh Sandhu, our Senate Minister, and the others, they're waiting now for this briefing to get started within minutes from now. And you were speaking about technology. It truly is remarkable that earlier we just keep sitting around waiting for this press conference to start. Now, it's just like the silence is not too loud to everybody else, but we can actually be broadcasting live, and therefore, vicariously bring you into the East Room as well.
Absolutely amazing. And the optics through the day, Rahul, as we look at these optics and we wait for the outcome, what's been the buzz in Washington, D.C. about the optics and in the Indian camp? Any response whatsoever, any reaction to what Barack Obama said in that interview?
No, I did hear some reactions, Gaurav, but those were some very junior officials in the Indian government. I don't want to reinforce what they're saying, but they're largely speaking for themselves on a more structured, formal basis. I haven't had an opportunity because the people we could ask are the ones right in front of me. I mean, they're literally a couple of feet away. I see the Indian External Minister, the Indian Ambassador here in the US. All these are the people who you could ask. But then they were in that bilateral meeting, and therefore we haven't had an opportunity to ask them. But of course, it does mark the atmospherics to some extent, where there can be no taking away from that. And also remember, you've tracked diplomacy for so long. It's highly unusual for a past president at a time when another head of state is in the country to make a comment like this. It's not common at all, Gaurav.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Back, it's like some of the people here who are currently part of the Biden administration were wondering whether this is in some way Obama trying to mar the pitch for Joe Biden, as it were, because this is his big bet. Remember, apart from whatever India may want, America has made a big bet on India. And that's also a reality. So this is a big moment for Joe Biden. And in that, for a past president to come out on a matter of foreign policy and then just make this kind of a comment is very, very unusual. It's definitely not what you'd expect from a former president. Obama, before this, has largely been quite mindful of protocol, of procedure. And therefore, in that context, to have him make a series of comments around the democratic backsliding in India at this particular time, those are his opinions. We're a democratic country. Anybody can have any opinion they wish, and there can be no quarrel with that. But the timing is quite awkward. And some of the junior officials I was speaking to, just as we were waiting for the bilateral talk, they were wondering whether this is Obama trying to mar or clear the pitch for his former vice president.
You're absolutely right on that, Rahul, in that thought, because I mean, just come to think of it, this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 9th year as Prime Minister of India, elections in 2024, and Joe Biden is in a way pulling all stops to give such a royal reception to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The impression very clearly is, in the American scheme of things, Prime Minister Narendra Modi or his government stand a good chance in 2024. They're investing so much in this relationship at this stage, Rahul.
I'm sure all governments have their calculations, but I don't think it's just linked to the elections, Gaurav. It goes much beyond that. In the way that this relationship between India and the United States has shaped up over the past 2.5 decades, there's been a continuum beyond any particular government being in power, whether it's on the Republican side here in Washington or on the Democrat side in Washington, or whether it's the UPA government or the NDA government, of course. A personality like Prime Minister Modi, and the country may be able to speak things up. Even the civilian nuclear deal under Dr. Manmohan Singh was unmistakably a major achievement. This is really much bigger and much more significant and far more institutional than being delivered, than being dependent on any one individual or any one particular circumstance for it.
You're absolutely right. Of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also said, they're moving beyond this. The government has said moving beyond that hesitation of history and truly embracing the India-America relationship, taking it to the next level. Now, the nuts and bolts of taking it to that next level, Rahul, will be known moments from now at this briefing.
Yeah, right in front of me. It's very interesting that we're sitting right behind Dr. Jaishankar and Ajit Doval. A lot said about their equation back home. The National Security Advisor and the External Affairs Minister. Very different in their approaches, very different in their academics and upbringing and their outlook, but united in purpose, united in trying to make India more secure, a bigger player at the international level, and that's the game that's the vision that both of them have, and very trusted lieutenants of the Indian Prime Minister. And just right next to Ajit Doval, the man in the saffron for me is Taranjit Singh Sandhu. He's India's ambassador to the United States. He's been here in multiple capacities over the past few decades. He was a junior official at the United Nations office in New York. He's been in charge of the Congress here. He's been deputy chief of mission, and now as ambassador. So it's a big moment for him. Some of these announcements which have been made, Gaurav, really do add more muscle. See, otherwise it's a lot of talk, songs, the dancing. Those are talks of things like the initiative on critical and emerging technology. Those are the real deliverables which both countries seem to have worked on, and both countries have made possible for each other, and especially the United States at this time when its relations with Beijing have been getting worse. Making these allowances and really helping press the accelerator on the ties between India and the United States.
You're absolutely right. And, for the benefit of our viewers, you will hear it officially moments from now as we look at these images. Both sides, the delegations, the delegates are now sitting, waiting for... And there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Barack Obama, US President Joe Biden are entering this conference.
Good afternoon. Prime Minister and I have just finished a very productive meeting. And Prime Minister, I know you've got to go to the job. Please be seated. Thank you. And to address the joint session of Congress. It's a testament to the strong and enduring and thoroughly bipartisan support that exists all across the United States for the friendship and partnership between the United States that they're anxiously waiting to hear you up on Capitol Hill. A partnership that is among the most consequential in the world, that is stronger, closer, and more dynamic than any time in history. Mr. Prime Minister, we've met many times over the past few years, most recently in Hiroshima at the G7 summit, and each time I was struck by our ability to find new areas of cooperation. Together, we're unlocking the shared future of what I believe to be unlimited potential. And with this visit, we're demonstrating once more how India and the United States are collaborating on nearly every human endeavor and delivering progress across the board. From designing new ways to diagnose and treat illnesses like cancer and diabetes, to collaborating on human spaceflight, including sending an Indian astronaut to the International Space Station in 2024, to accelerating the global clean energy transition and tackling the climate crisis we face, to harnessing our shared expertise on critical and emerging technologies like quantum computing and artificial intelligence, to ensuring they are not used as tools of misinformation and oppression. We are doubling down on our cooperation to secure our semiconductor supply chains, advancing Open RAN telecommunications networks, and growing our major defense partnership with more joint exercises, more cooperation between our defense industries, and more consultation and coordination across all domains. Our economic relationship is booming. Trade between our countries has almost doubled over the past decade to more than $191 billion, supporting tens of thousands of good jobs in both India and the United States. Add to that, 1 million American jobs across 44 states will be supported by the purchase of more than 200 American-made Boeing aircraft by that Air India is announcing earlier this year. And with this visit, Indian firms are announcing more than $2 billion in new investments in manufacturing, solar in Colorado, steel in Ohio, and optic fiber in South Carolina, and much more. Further proof that America's manufacturing is back. We're expanding educational exchanges for our students, building on the record 125,000 student visas for Indians to study in the United States we issued last year, and opening new consulates that's going to make it easier for our people to travel, work, and collaborate together. On the issues that matter most and that will define the future, our nations look to one another, including on critical regional and global issues. And today, we also talked about our shared efforts to mitigate the humanitarian tragedies unleashed by Russia's brutal war in Ukraine and to defend the core principles of the UN Charter's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We discussed our work through the Quad and how India and the United States, together with Australia and Japan, can ensure the vital Indo-Pacific region remains free, open, prosperous, and secure. Through our new I2U2 grouping with Israel and the UAE, we're building regional connections to the Middle East and spurring science-based solutions to global challenges like food security and clean energy. And this year, under India's leadership of the G20, we're putting sustainable development at the center of the agenda. We're delivering meaningful action on low and middle-income nations, including multilateral development bank reform, debt relief, and building resilient and equitable health systems. The bottom line is simple. We want people everywhere to have the opportunity to live in dignity. And let me close with this. Indians and Americans are both peoples who innovate and create, turn obstacles into opportunities, who find strength in community and family, and who cherish freedom and celebrate the democratic values of universal human rights which face challenges around the world and in each of our countries, but which remain so vital to the success of each of our nations. Press freedom, religious freedom, tolerance, diversity. India now has the most populous country, is now the most populous country in the world. It's a democracy. We understand that it is the brilliance and the backbone of our people, as diverse and talents and traditions that make us strong as a nation. It's democracies that do that. We see that so clearly here in the United States, where a vibrant Indian American community of more than 4 million strong contributes every single day to the writing of the future of our nation. Indian Americans of every background and faith, representing the full diversity of India, are pursuing their American dream while maintaining deep connections for their Indian heritage and families. That makes us all stronger. That is a cornerstone of this essential partnership between India and the United States. And that is why I know the friendship between our nations is only going to grow as we face the future together. Mr. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency,
Your Excellency, President Biden,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries, friends from the media, Namaskar. First of all, I thank President Biden for his warm words and for his positive views on India-America relations. Friends, today is a day that has special importance in the history of India-America relations. Our discussions today and the important decisions we have taken have added
भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों के इतिहास में एक विशेष महत्व रखता है। आज की हमारी चर्चा और हमारे द्वारा लिए गए महत्वपूर्ण निर्णयों से हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ा है। एक नई दिशा और नई ऊर्जा मिली है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत अमेरिका की व्यापार और निवेश साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आज अमेरिका भारत का सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि व्यापार से जुड़े लंबित मुद्दों को समाप्त कर नई शुरुआत की जाए। आईसेट यानी इनिशिएटिव फॉर क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे तकनीकी सहयोग के महत्वपूर्ण फ्रेमवर्क के रूप में उभरा है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, स्पेस, क्वांटम और टेलीकॉम जैसे क्षेत्रों में अपना सहयोग बढ़ाकर हम एक मजबूत और फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी की रचना कर रहे हैं। अमेरिका की माइक्रोन, गूगल तथा एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी कंपनियों द्वारा भारत में निवेश करने का निर्णय इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी का प्रतीक है। इस यात्रा के दौरान मुझे अमेरिका के कुछ अन्य सीईओज के साथ मुलाकात करने का भी अवसर मिला। उनके साथ हुई चर्चाओं में भी मैंने भारत के प्रति उत्साह और एक सकारात्मक सोच महसूस किया। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि हमारी स्ट्रैटेजिक टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप को सार्थक करने में गवर्नमेंट्स, बिजनेसेस और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस का साथ आना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन में भारत और अमेरिका के साझे विजन को इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। इसमें ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, विंड एनर्जी, बैटरी स्टोरेज, कार्बन कैप्चर जैसे क्षेत्र शामिल है। हमने यह भी निर्णय लिया कि वैश्विक अनिश्चितताओं के बीच भारत और अमेरिका ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर्स की तरह रिलायबल, सिक्योर और रेजिलिएंट ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन और वैल्यू चेन तैयार करेंगे। भारत और अमेरिका के बीच करीबी रक्षा सहयोग हमारे आपसी विश्वास और साझा रणनीतिक प्राथमिकताओं का प्रतीक है। पुराने समय के बायर सेलर्स रिलेशनशिप पीछे छोड़कर आज हम ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन की तरफ बढ़ चुके हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक द्वारा भारत में टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर के माध्यम से इंजन बनाने का निर्णय एक लैंडमार्क एग्रीमेंट है। इससे दोनों देशों में रोजगार के नए अवसर भी खुलेंगे। यह आने वाले समय में हमारे रक्षा सहयोग को एक नया स्वरूप देगा। इस सहयोग में दोनों देशों के रक्षा उद्योग और स्टार्टअप्स महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर्स हैं। उन्हें आपस में जोड़ना हमारे डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोडमैप का मुख्य उद्देश्य है। स्पेस साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में हमारा गहरा और वर्षों पुराना सहयोग रहा है। आज हमने आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड्स में शामिल होने का निर्णय लेकर हमारे स्पेस कोऑपरेशन में एक लंबी उड़ान भरी है। संक्षेप में कहूं तो भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी के लिए इवन स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे संबंधों का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज है। भारतीय मूल के 40 लाख से भी ज्यादा लोग आज अमेरिका की प्रगति में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रहे हैं। आज सुबह व्हाइट हाउस में इतनी बड़ी संख्या में भारतीय लोगों की उपस्थिति इस बात का प्रमाण है कि इंडियन अमेरिकन्स हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है। इन संबंधों को और गहरा करने के लिए हम अमेरिका द्वारा बेंगलुरु और अहमदाबाद में कॉन्सुलेट्स खोलने के निर्णय का स्वागत करते हैं। उसी तरह सिएटल में भारत का नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज की बैठक में हमने कई क्षेत्रीय एवं वैश्विक मुद्दों पर चर्चा की। इंडो पैसिफिक में शांति और सुरक्षा यह हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता है। हम एकमत हैं कि इस क्षेत्र का विकास और सफलता पूरे विश्व के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। हमने क्वाड पार्टनरशिप के साथ मिलकर इस क्षेत्र के सभी देशों के साथ अपना समन्वय बढ़ाने पर विचार साझा किए। आतंकवाद और कट्टरवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चल रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को समाप्त करने के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। कोविड महामारी और यूक्रेन संघर्ष से ग्लोबल साउथ के देश विशेष रूप से पीड़ित हुए हैं। हमारा मत है कि इन समस्याओं के समाधान के लिए सभी देशों का एकजुट होना अनिवार्य है। यूक्रेन के घटनाक्रम के शुरुआत से ही भारत ने डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से इस विवाद को सुलझाने पर जोर दिया है। हम शांति की बहाली के लिए हर संभव योगदान देने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। भारत की G20 की अध्यक्षता में हम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर उस पर बल दे रहे हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को आवाज दे रहे हैं। मैं राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने अफ्रीका को G20 का पूर्ण सदस्य बनाने के मेरे प्रस्ताव पर समर्थन जताया है। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे सभी साझे प्रयासों का मूल मंत्र है लोकतंत्र और लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों तथा व्यवस्थाओं को सशक्त करना। विश्व के दो सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र भारत और अमेरिका मिलकर विश्व शांति, स्थिरता, समृद्धि में महत्वपूर्ण सहयोग दे सकते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि इन मूल्यों के आधार पर हम दोनों देशों के लोगों की ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे विश्व की अपेक्षाओं और आकांक्षाओं को पूरा कर सकेंगे। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, आज की उपयोगी चर्चा के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। इस वर्ष G20 समिट के दौरान आपका भारत में स्वागत करने के लिए भारत और मैं स्वयं भी बहुत ही उत्सुक है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति जी ने कहा, हम लोगों को मुझे जाना है बाद में कांग्रेस को एड्रेस करने के लिए, और इसलिए ज्यादा अधिक समय न लेते हुए मैं मेरी बात को विराम देता हूं। मैं फिर एक बार राष्ट्रपति का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Well, the Congress is actually waiting to, and anxiously waiting to hear you. I'm told there are two questioners, Sabrina from the Wall Street Journal and Kumar from the Trust of India. And Sabrina, you first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the Prime Minister, but first a two-part question for you. Your comments at a fundraiser this week appear to be the first time in recent memory that a sitting U.S. president has called a Chinese leader a dictator. Did those comments about President Xi undermine or complicate the progress your administration has made in maintaining a relationship with China? And secondly, on India, as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who say that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and crackdown on dissent in Prime Minister Modi's country?
The answer to your first question is no. When we're talking to our allies and partners around the world, including India, we let the idea of my choosing and avoiding saying what I think is the facts with regard to the relationship with India, with China, is just not something I'm going to change very much. I think I believe that, and I've said this for some time, that the hysteria about the relationship with China is collapsing and moving, et cetera, et cetera. We had an incident that caused some confusion, you might say. But the Secretary Blinken had a great trip to China. I expect to be meeting with President Xi sometime in the future, in the near term, and I don't think it's had any real consequence. And what was your second question?
So as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who believe that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and a crackdown on dissent in India?
Well, look, the Prime Minister and I had a good discussion about democratic values, and that's the nature of our relationship. We're straightforward with each other, and we respect each other. One of the fundamental reasons that I believe the U.S.-China relationship is not in the space it is in the U.S.-Indian relationship is that there's an overwhelming respect for each other because we're both democracies. And it's a common democratic character of both our countries and our people, our diversity, our culture, our open, tolerant, robust debate. And I believe that we believe in the dignity of every citizen. And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies. Makes us appealing partners and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
I'm actually really surprised that people say so and so. People don't say it. Indeed, India is a democracy. And as President Biden also mentioned, India and America, both countries, democracy is in our DNA. Democracy is our spirit. Democracy runs in our veins. We live democracy. And our ancestors have actually put words to this concept, and that is in the form of our Constitution. Our government has taken the basic principles of democracy, and on that basis, our Constitution is made, and the entire country runs on that. Our Constitution and our government, we have always proved that democracy can deliver. And when I say deliver, this is regardless of caste, creed, religion, gender. There's absolutely no space for discrimination. And when you talk of democracy, if there are no human values and there is no humanity, there are no human rights, then it's not a democracy. And that is why when you say democracy and you accept democracy, and when we live democracy, then there is absolutely no space for discrimination. And that is why India believes in moving ahead with everybody with trust and with everybody's efforts. These are our foundation principles, which are the basis of how we operate, how we live our lives. In India, the benefits that are provided by the government,
जो भी उसके हकदार हैं उन सबको मिलते हैं। इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर।
Kumar. Yeah, thanks a lot, sir. Sir, my question is on the issue of climate change. Both countries have spoken strongly about the need to tackle the climate change, but there is a view. Both countries have spoken about the challenge of climate change, but there is a view that ambitious targets are set, but implementation is found often lacking. And there is also a criticism of lack of technological transfer, financial transfer from the developed countries to the developing nations. How do you both leaders see the way ahead on this pressing issue?
Well, first of all, I think it is the existential threat to humanity, climate change. It's the most serious problem we face as human beings. We have to keep it below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We've made enormous progress here in the United States on dealing with this issue by doing three things. Number one, by insisting that we move every one of our industries into a position where they can take advantage of cheaper and more extensive and more available renewable energy, whether it's solar or wind or hydrogen and green hydrogen. There's a whole range of things we've been working on. In addition to that, we find ourselves in a position that what we've done is that we have significantly reduced for example, I made a commitment that we are going to make sure that by 2030, 30% of all our land and sea and oceans were in conservation, could not be developed. We're well on our way to doing that, and that's also absorbing carbon from the air as a consequence of that because of the conservation. We are in a position as well that we have provided for significant increase in funding for a whole range of issues, but not just for the United States, but for the rest of the world. For example, we're working with the G7 to provide for infrastructure work for dealing with global warming on the continent of Africa. In Angola, building the largest solar project, moving ourselves, having railway to go all the way across the southern from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean in Africa, to be able to transport and do it cheaper and do it with less, how can I say it, less carbon emissions. We're trying to work with other countries to maintain their carbon sinks so they don't have to develop them like we did in causing pollution, and we're trying to figure out how to work out to pay them not to develop certain areas like the Amazon and Brazil. But there's a lot of technology that's available that we're sharing and we share with one another. We've learned how to do solar energy, which is considerably cheaper than it is for fossil fuels. The same way dealing with not just solar, but dealing with wind. And so there's a lot of technology that we've developed, and we're well on our way, I think, to meeting the commitment we made that we made in Paris. And we're prepared to share all of that with India that has a desire to do the same.
एक्सेलेंस ने आपने सही कहा। जहां तक भारत का सवाल है, एनवायरमेंट, क्लाइमेट, ये हमारे सांस्कृतिक परंपरा में अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है उसका। हमारे लिए एनवायरनमेंट ये आर्टिकल ऑफ फेथ है। ये कन्वीनियंस के कारण करने का हमारा काम नहीं है, हम ये मानते हैं। हम एक्सप्लॉइटेशन ऑफ नेचर में विश्वास नहीं करते हैं। पूरे सृष्टि को चलाने के लिए मिल्किंग ऑफ नेचर तक तो चल सकता है, लेकिन एक्सप्लॉइटेशन ऑफ नेचर नहीं चल सकता है। हम इस पक्ष में रहे हैं और उसी के मूलभूत आधार पर भारत अपने लिए करता है, इतना ही नहीं, हम कुछ ग्लोबल इनिशिएटिव भी ले रहे हैं। आपको मालूम है G20 देशों ने पेरिस में जो प्रॉमिस किया था, सभी G20 देशों में अकेला हिंदुस्तान है जिसने पेरिस में जो प्रॉमिस किए थे वो सारे प्रॉमिस पूरे किए हैं। इतना ही नहीं, सोलर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में हमने ग्लासगो में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में 500 गीगावाट का टारगेट रखा है। हमने 2030 तक भारत की रेलवे का नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य रखा है। और भारत की रेलवे कहने के बाद आपको उसका स्केल पता होना चाहिए। भारत की रेलवे का मतलब है कि हर दिन मेरे यहां रेल के डिब्बे में पूरा ऑस्ट्रेलिया होता है। इतना बड़ा मेरा देश है और वहां मैं 2030 तक रेलवे को नेट जीरो लेकर के चल रहा हूं। उसी प्रकार से जो हमने सोलर एनर्जी के टारगेट तय किए थे, हमने इथेनॉल के टारगेट तय किए थे 10% का, वो समय से पहले पूरा कर दिया। हम 20% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन को इनिशिएट कर रहे हैं और भारत ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन हब बने, उस दिशा में हम काम कर रहे हैं। हमने दुनिया के लिए इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस उसका हमने लॉन्च किया और आज दुनिया के कई देश उसमें भारत के साथ मिलकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमने जो आइलैंड कंट्रीज है उनको स्पेशली सोलार के क्षेत्र में मदद करके उनको एक नया विश्वास दिया है कि हम आपकी कठिनाइयों में आपके साथ हैं। भावी किसी भी संकट के लिए हम आपकी चुनौती को पार करने के लिए हमारी जिम्मेवारियां निभाएंगे, आपको भी मदद करेंगे। हम वो देश हैं जिसने एक और नया क्षेत्र हाथ लिया है। हम देख रहे हैं कि नेचुरल कैलेमिटी के कारण आज मनुष्य मृत्यु की चर्चा तो होती है, लेकिन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का इतना नुकसान होता है जो 50-50 साल तक भरपाई नहीं हो सकता। और इसलिए ये जो क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण जिस प्रकार का संकट आ रहा है, तो ऐसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनना चाहिए जिसमें रेजिलियंस हो। और इसके लिए CDRI हमने एक ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को जन्म दिया है। और आपको पता होगा, मैंने ग्लासगो के अंदर एक विषय रखा है दुनिया के सामने, और जिसको पिछले दिनों UN सेक्रेटरी जनरल और मैंने उसको लॉन्च किया है, वो है मिशन लाइफ। और जब मैं लाइफ कहता हूं तब लाइफ स्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। हर इंडिविजुअल को प्रो क्लाइमेट, प्रो एनवायरमेंट अपना जीवन जीने का तरीका डेवलप करना होगा। इतने बड़े संकट के लिए उस दिशा में भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। और मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत ने जो आज इन क्षेत्रों में काम शुरू किया है, इसलिए नहीं कि भारत ने दुनिया के एनवायरनमेंट को बुरा किया है, लेकिन हम इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि हमारी भावी पीढ़ी की हमें चिंता है। हम हमारी भावी पीढ़ी को ऐसा विश्व नहीं दे सकते हैं कि जिसके लिए उसके लिए जीना कठिन हो जाए। और इसलिए एक ग्लोबल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के रूप में भारत ने खुद ने कुछ बुरा नहीं किया है तो भी अच्छा करने में, योगदान देने में हम अग्रिम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं और हम आगे भी निभा रहेंगे। जहां तक समृद्ध देश हैं, लगातार चर्चा रही है, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर हो, फाइनेंशियल मदद हो, और धीरे धीरे विश्व भी मन बना रहा है कि जो देश इसमें करना चाहते हैं उनको टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद मिले, उनको फाइनेंशियल मदद मिले। हम प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं कि जितना जल्दी इस विषय में आगे बढ़ेंगे, दुनिया को इस संकट से हम जल्दी से मुक्त कर पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much.
We have caused damage in the United States the way we developed over the last 300 years. And that's why I was able to convince my colleagues in the Congress to pass legislation the largest climate fund ever in American and the world history, $369 billion. $369 billion to deal with the climate crisis. And we're doing it extensively now, and I think you're going to see significant progress. Thank you all very, very much.
Mr. President, what's your response to Republicans who say your son got special treatment?
So, Prime Minister Narendra Modi very emphatically respond to those who, it's argued, create this bogey about India not being a democracy. Emphatically, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, democracy is in India's DNA. And he gave examples of how India functions. India has a constitution. India's forefathers wrote this constitution, and India is a constitutional democracy. It's in the DNA of India. He also said when it comes to benefits, all beneficiaries of government schemes without any discrimination of caste, creed, sect, religion, gender, all government schemes, the beneficiaries get it without any discrimination. So emphatically on the from the White House, the Prime Minister made one thing very clear, that democracy is in India's DNA. India is a thriving democracy. This democracy dying debate, the Prime Minister has responded to those who, it's argued by many, create this propaganda against India. But equally important, or more important today, let's quickly cut across and listen into Prime Minister Narendra Modi's very clear response to that question on are minorities under threat in India. Listen into Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है, लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है, लोकतंत्र को हम जीते हैं और हमारे पूर्वजों ने उसको शब्दों में ढाला है संविधान के रूप में। और हमारी सरकार लोकतंत्र के मूलभूत मूल्यों को आधार लेकर के बने हुए संविधान के आधार पर चलती है। और हमारा संविधान और हमारी सरकार, और हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर। और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है। और जब हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं तब अगर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन राइट्स नहीं है, फिर तो वो डेमोक्रेसी है ही नहीं। और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं। भारत में सरकार के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो एक्सेस टू ऑल है, जो भी उसके हकदार हैं उन सबको मिलते हैं। इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर।
A very emphatic response from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The bogey that's being raised by vested interest that democracy is dying in India. The Prime Minister made it very clear. Democracy is in India's DNA. And he gave examples. All government schemes, beneficiaries, get them all without any discrimination of caste, creed, sect, sex or religion. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal joining us live from Washington DC. Rahul, you know, Barack Obama may have raised some issue and many questions are being asked. Why would he do so, given that he's so far been so careful? There were also those who were saying that China is not very happy with India-US relationship becoming so strong. China funds a lot of elements across the world. But the Prime Minister's response has been very, very clear. We're a democracy and it's in our DNA. Okay, give us a moment as we try and reestablish that link with Rahul Kanwal. But the Prime Minister's response has been very clear. He's, you know, those who are saying that democracy is dying in India, minorities are not safe in India, where are those specific instances where if something's gone wrong, that grievance redressal system? India is a democracy. There are courts of law. There are human rights bodies. There's the National Human Rights Commission. All of these institutions function in India. I want to cut across to Rahul Kanwal once again. Rahul, the Prime Minister has emphatically responded to those who may have raised this bogey of democracy dying in India.
Yeah, that's the question that was asked, Gaurav, to the Prime Minister, and he responded, reaffirming India's commitment to democracy, reaffirming the commitment towards ensuring that all rights, all privileges, all services, all schemes of the government are equally available to everyone. So that's really, I think, there was a question from the Wall Street Journal to which the Prime Minister responded here at the White House. So as I was saying before we got cut the last time, we are currently walking out, and I'll just try and show it to you, out of the White House. There it is right behind us. We're walking out to the US Congress, where in a very short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the joint session of the US Congress. This is a rare honor that's been extended to him to come and speak in the US Congress the second time round. That's not something that happens too frequently. And it will be interesting to see what he does say over there. We heard President Biden say that a lot of the members of the US Congress are looking forward to seeing Prime Minister Modi in person, listening to what he has to say. This is what I was trying to show you, Gaurav, earlier. All these tents that have been set up where the US media does all its live shots from. Their anchoring, reporting, each network has one of these. I've been showing this again and again in the hope that we can have something like this set up back home. It will be very nice. So they have the backdrop at the back. They have the backdrop of the White House, and they're able to do this from here. So some good things to learn, apart from just democratic values, human rights, some good things to learn about the way some of the things here at the White House have been set up. So it'll be interesting now, Gaurav, to see what the Prime Minister says in his address to the US Congress. It's a joint session of the US Congress, and the relationship between India and the US has enjoyed bipartisan support across parties, across different kinds of views, except for a few discordant voices that have been raising points of concern, Gaurav. By and large, the India-US relationship has seen widespread bipartisan support, and that really is one of the big areas of strength, because in the US, it's not just the Biden administration that has the final vote. You also need to rally congressional support, and by and large, because bipartisan support has been there on the issue of the ties with India, that's really given great comfort to the Biden administration.
In fact, that's helped take this relationship forward. After the Pokhran tests of 1999, the sanctions that were imposed on India, the Clinton administration, the Democrats again at that point of time in 1999, Clinton's visit to India in 2000, and the Bush administration, again the Republicans in 2005 taking the civil nuclear deal forward, and then again the administrations kept changing, the relationship kept getting stronger. You spoke to Ro Khanna, and he's actually played a key role once again in trying to take this relationship altogether to a new level in the Congress. Now, did he face a lot of opposition, or did he get a lot of support in the Congress, Rahul? What was your conversation like?
No, so he comes from California, and in California, we've seen multiple letters and outbursts from different kinds of people raising questions around, why Ro Khanna isn't taking a more stringent position on some of the so-called democratic backsliding in India. In fact, speaking of which, I don't think you can see because I'm ultimately doing this from just my mobile phone.
Yes.
But right at the end there, I see a lot of these supporters of the Khalistani cause, right in front of the front lawns of the White House. So they're protesting. And I think this is not something to be embarrassed about, to be on the back foot about, India being a massive, one of the biggest democracies. Therefore, if people have a discordant point of view, it's part of discourse, it's part of the country's DNA, and they're out there making their voice heard, and which is totally fine as well. Gaurav, they're making their point, and the Prime Minister and the American President doing their thing. Gaurav?
Oh, you're absolutely right. A huge country, multiple points of view. As long as, these elements have at least an iota of truth in what they say. Sadly, these Khalistani elements or the radical Islamists, and some who side with them, Rahul, as you know better, they don't have facts on their side and yet carry out an anti-India propaganda. Often it is argued with funding that's available either through a terror state or a country that treats the terror state as a vassal state, Rahul.
Absolutely. I think there was a question that was asked to President Biden about China and about him calling Xi Jinping a dictator. He said that Anthony Blinken, Vice Secretary of State, who was part of the extended bilateral with the American president, he was there. He said, no, I hope to keep building on the ties. That was an unfortunate incident, and we don't see that as being a roadblock. So that's the message, Gaurav, the Prime Minister, the American President said. If you give me a moment, I'm going to try and switch out of this mobile to that regular camera that we're now outside the White House, and I have a video journalist, Kripal Singh here, and I can switch to a better and more reliable source of getting our voice across from the White House.
This is equally good, trust me. While we wait for you and Kripal to set up that setup, this is equally good because it's almost as if all of us were there at that press conference or there at the Oval Office with you, Rahul. But let me also bring in General Atta Hasnain and Abhishek Bhalla into this conversation. General Hasnain, you heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphatically responding of course, in my view, to that bogey of minorities under threat in India. But what's your take on that, General?
Gaurav, I'm very happy that this question was put to our Honorable Prime Minister. For far too long have these accusations and allegations been making waves all over without getting the right response. I think coming from the Prime Minister's mouth himself, the clarifications were there absolutely. Who can question India's democracy? I mean, the aspect that we have an elected government there. We have got 36 states in which there are elections and virtually all of them have elected governments. I entirely agree with you. There are elements around the world who would like to put India into a position of discomfort in the international order, to be seen from a negative perception as such. These have to be negated, they have to be neutralized. And I think transparently this was done by Prime Minister Modi tonight. That's what makes me extremely happy. Maybe perhaps in resolving some of our problems, like Jammu and Kashmir, a long vexing problem, not just a problem, a proxy war problem.
Yes.
We resolved it through different means. A lot of people feel that we may have abrogated human rights or some things like that. I, as a former Corps commander,
Yes.
can certify, I, as a member of the minority community who commanded Kashmir, can very well certify that Indian democracy has actually helped in resolving Jammu and Kashmir to the extent that it has been resolved till today. So I congratulate the Prime Minister, and I think this is a great moment for India.
I'm glad you said so. In general, since you mentioned that you're from the minority community, actually, in all the decades that Abhishek and I have known you, Abhishek, Rahul and I have known you, we've never even thought of your being from a minority community. Where is the question? You are Indian, we are all Indians, we are all Indians together, tackling Pakistan state-sponsored terror when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir, Chinese tactics, whether paying off people to raise this bogey about democracy dying in India or democracy under threat in India. And who are these elements, General? I think the Prime Minister has responded. You are in your way responding, and perhaps every Indian needs to do that. Every right-thinking Indian needs to do that. That outside elements are trying to weaken our country by raising such a bogey.
Absolutely, Gaurav, I entirely agree with you. We are as an emerging nation around the world. Obviously, there are lots and lots of elements who do not like the rise of India, and ours is actually the correct peaceful rise. Whatever other nations may talk about peaceful rise, it is India's rise which is actually being peaceful. Therefore, we have adversaries, we have enemies around the world. There are radical elements, extremist elements. There are elements which would like to have proxy conditions in India which they would like to progress beyond perhaps. It's from that angle that you'll find these allegations being made every other day. The social media makes it convenient for these kind of allegations to continue to be made against India. That is why I once again repeat that I think this was a very, very opportune moment that our question was asked to our Honorable Prime Minister, and he responded to it and responded very correctly.
And Abhishek, General, stay with me. Rahul is joining us in just a moment. Abhishek, there are inputs that seem to indicate, it's not just Pakistan that's funding these Khalistani elements. Pakistan, as on date, doesn't have enough for 2 square meals a day for its people. But China does not want to see India rise. China, which did not have a peaceful rise. China, which carries out the worst atrocities on people, whether it's in Xinjiang or in Tibet or even against Han Chinese in their own country. China pays off countries to remain silent and raise a bogey about countries like India. There are inputs to indicate that, but at least now the truth is gradually emerging about what China is doing to its people and how it's raising a bogey about India.
Very true, Gaurav. And, just taking off from the press conference, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was extremely graceful when he answered that question. I mean, there was no political statement around what he wanted to say. It was just stating facts that the Indian Constitution provides for all the rights to the minorities, and in fact, it's a guiding light for how democracy should be run. So that's something that India follows. And coming to your point of China indulging in a lot of propaganda, also, Gaurav, we've seen the kind of cozy relationship that China has had with Pakistan. And that's something that cannot be ignored, not just by India, but by the world. Every now and then we see China blocking attempts at United Nations to block terrorists being sanctioned. And the recent case in point is the plotter of 26/11.
Yes.
26/11 was not an attack just on India. I mean, remember, out of 166 people died, 26 were foreign nationals. So there is a lot of answering for China to do there, a lot of introspection that needs to be done. And these are questions that need to be put at the global stage.
You're absolutely right. While we wait for Rahul Kanwal and that link to be set up with him, let's once again listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's response to this bogey about democracy and human rights in India, point one. And let's also listen in to the American President, Joe Biden.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है, लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है, लोकतंत्र को हम जीते हैं और हमारे पूर्वजों ने उसको शब्दों में ढाला है संविधान के रूप में। और हमारी सरकार लोकतंत्र के मूलभूत मूल्यों को आधार लेकर के बने हुए संविधान के आधार पर चलती है। और हमारा संविधान और हमारी सरकार, और हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर। और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है। और जब हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं तब अगर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन राइट्स नहीं है, फिर तो वो डेमोक्रेसी है ही नहीं। और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है। और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं। भारत में सरकार के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो एक्सेस टू ऑल है, जो भी उसके हकदार हैं उन सबको मिलते हैं। इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर।
Let me now quickly cut across to Washington, D.C. Our Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan also joins me on the special broadcast. Geeta, the Prime Minister's response was very clear. There is no discrimination in India. A response that was based purely on facts.
Well, that's right. A very direct response to a very direct question, saying that India is a democracy. If there are violations...
Okay, I seem to have lost that link with Geeta. She's walking very fast, perhaps trying to rush to the Capitol Hill to hear Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He would be addressing the joint session of the US Congress, only the first Indian Prime Minister to do so twice. And there's a very elaborate security check. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi was addressing it the first time, we were reporting, I was reporting from Ground Zero at that time. For journalists to get in, there's a very, very elaborate security check, and then you're taken to the media gallery. Geeta, is that where you're heading, walking very fast? Okay, perhaps we'll wait for Geeta to stop when she can and respond to this. But General Hasnain, if you're still with us, the American president also responded like a true strategic partner would, that this is a conversation that both the democracies are having. So elements may want to attempt to embarrass India. Clearly a friend is not embarrassing India here.
See, Gaurav, there's no doubt about it. There is a lot of nations around the world who are uncomfortable to see the coming together of the two largest democracies of the world, India and the United States of America. So obviously fingers are going to be pointed. And there is no doubt about it. We don't even have to showcase this at all. It's so evident. The hundreds and thousands of schemes that Prime Minister Modi has opened up for the people, for the welfare of the people. Do dictatorships look after the welfare of the people? It is democracies who go down to the grassroots to look after the welfare of the people. As I mentioned in my earlier intervention, we have 36 states and union territories, all going to election to the hustings from every 5 years. Yes. We've got a constitution. We have a parliament. We have two houses of parliament. I mean, we have every aspect of what a democratic setup needs. Can anyone point fingers to say that all this is not working? Recently, with all these allegations which have been made, a number of members of the minority communities in India have gone public, gone on social media to place on record the fact and their appreciation of what Mr. Modi has been doing for the people of India. I think there should be no doubt about that.
You're absolutely right, sir. Let me also bring into this conversation Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar, who joins us on the broadcast. Ambassador Sajjanhar, your take on the Prime Minister's response to those who said that minorities may feel threatened in India and the Prime Minister's response to it?
Yes, the Prime Minister's response was very direct. He was not at all defensive. He was very clear-cut and straightforward in his response. And I think it was good that he laid out all the issues, all the aspects that as far as the government is concerned, there is no discrimination whatsoever on the basis of caste or religion or creed or gender or age or, which part of the country the person belongs to. So I think it was a very good response. It was a very detailed response. It was a very comprehensive response. And I think all those people who have been speaking on these issues, I think he has silenced them with his response, I think, very conclusively.
Okay. And Abhishek, as Ambassador Sajjanhar and General Hasnain very correctly pointed out, India, in case in any democracy, and we're the world's largest democracy, the world's most populous country, the world's oldest democracy, in case there are aberrations, there are courts of law, there's the Human Rights Commission, and multiple levels of judiciary, independent press, free civil society, free access to internet in so many instances that anybody who has a problem, there is a grievance redressal mechanism, including the National Human Rights Commission and states' human rights commissions.
Well, Gaurav, the Prime Minister made in that short and crisp answer to that question, there were references to the Indian Constitution. And that's what is the guiding factor when it comes to running a democracy. And that constitution ensures that there are mechanisms in place, that there are grievance redressal systems in place, and that people have the power to question those in authority as well. And that's the reason why India is called a democracy. Also the fact that Gaurav, over the years, this debate has been going on, and it's noteworthy that in his address, President Biden, in fact, said first that both US and India have democracy in their DNA. Yes. And then the Prime Minister had the opportunity to, in fact, quote the President saying this, that it's in our DNA, it's in our veins. So either you are a democracy or you are not. You cannot be a democracy and then be abusing human rights, not ensuring rights for minorities. So the fact that you have a constitution and you are a democracy, that means you have mechanisms in place to make sure that the democracy runs.
General Hasnain, there's politics in every country, the opposition well within its rights to raise all sorts of questions. But, elements overseas, how do you look at those elements overseas who raise some of these issues and some incidents that take place very strategically just before former US president was to come to India, Donald Trump at that point of time, namaste, when Trump was coming to India, to Gujarat, there were riots in Delhi. Before Prime Minister Narendra Modi goes to the United States, there is a situation that happens. It's almost as if it's orchestrated. Would you look at it that way, or is that too far-fetched?
No, it is not too far-fetched, Gaurav. Many times this has been noticed. And the fact remains, as I said earlier, that not too many people like the emerging relationship between India and the United States of America. And on both sides of our country, we find various adversaries who have the powers today with internationals, with social media available, with networks available around the world. There are ways and means of ensuring the cultivation of things against the nation. And that's why this game of psychological warfare, this game of perception management is played on a much larger plane internationally. And it's not correct to say that this happens only at the time when such high-profile visits are on. It is actually an ongoing game which is there all the time. It is brought to a height at particular times, and to make sure that these networks continue to thrive in that manner.
Yes.
This is an international game, and India is right one among those who is being targeted by a lot of adversaries around us.
You know, we'll talk about this in greater detail, but there's breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just reacted. He's tweeted after his bilateral meeting with the US President Joe Biden. The Prime Minister tweeted to say, and I quote, "Touched by the gracious welcome at the White House, looking forward to fostering deeper ties. The diaspora support embodies India-US ties." And I want to bring in Ambassador Sajjanhar into this conversation on the diaspora support. Ambassador, the Prime Minister referred to the Indian-American community, spoke very warmly, and it's amazing, 7,000 people in and outside the White House. 7,000. The Prime Minister said this is the first time that the gates of the White House have been opened to such a large diaspora, Indian-American diaspora, to witness, in a way, history being made.
No, you're very right, Gaurav. I think the Prime Minister really spends a great deal of time speaking about the diaspora, thanking the diaspora for their contributions to strengthening relations between India and the United States. I think diaspora has a very special and a very important place as far as the Prime Minister is concerned in his heart. You would remember his first visit to the United States, that was in September 2014, to address the UN General Assembly. And he had spoken at the Madison Square Garden that time. And he really, the number of people who had turned up, the Indian diaspora who had turned up, of course, in addition to a large number of senators, governors, and also congressmen and, from the House of Representatives. So many of them had come.
I was reporting from Ground Zero that time. So in fact, both Madison Square Garden and then later at the NRG Stadium at Houston, Texas, reported both those events from Ground Zero. But
no, absolutely. You are very right, Gaurav, because, this is, I think, when he addresses the diaspora tomorrow, I think it'll be his 5th time in the United States. This is his 8th visit to the US, but, 5th, 6th bilateral visit. So his 5th address to the Indian diaspora in the United States. And all of them have been sort of, so to say, sellout events. There have been such huge crowds. And we could see the exuberance and the enthusiasm of the Indian diaspora also today when they had come. And I think this has become a standard feature. He has been able to leverage the Indian diaspora to the advantage of the country, to the benefit of the country. And, whether it is in the United Kingdom or it is in Australia, we saw recently, or in most of the other places that he has visited.
Yes.
So I think he has really been able to capitalize upon the presence of the Indian diaspora, the way they have conducted themselves, the successful manner in which they have been able to
and 7,000 of them, 7,000 of them being at the South Lawns of White House, outside White House. All of them, General Hasnain, are voters in the United States of America. 7,000 of them who were present there. Almost 50 lakh strong, 45 lakh and counting by some accounts. So that large a diaspora, and with elections in the United States, there's a very clear signal that's also going out. Indian Americans matter even when it comes to elections in more ways than one, sir.
Obviously, and it's not just the presence of 4 million or 4.5 million members of the Indian diaspora out there, it's the quality of the people also. In the last 10 years, you've seen the kind of positions that they have occupied in government, out of government, in the corporate sector, in the corporate world, in the scientific world, in the world of research and development, in the world of literature. Almost everywhere you find, and probably the community which on an average has got the highest earnings on per capita earnings in the entire nation. Obviously, such a community, and a community which has everything positive in terms of its loyalties both to India and loyalties to the United States as citizens of the United States in many cases too. They display what could be considered to be the concept of a model citizen. And that's why they are popular. And that's why political parties vie for their votes, vie for their support, making them probably the most important diaspora community in the United States today.
You're absolutely right, sir. And Abhishek, the effort is to take this relationship altogether to a new level. Get in more people from America into India, Indians into America, in the field of education, for example. That's a key focus area. And perhaps when we read the joint statement, we will know the nuts and bolts of what's forward movement there in terms of high-tech education, high-tech cooperation. American professors come to India, Indian students go and study in the US, Abhishek.
Gaurav, one big takeaway I thought that we've not touched upon till now from the Prime Minister's address is when he referred to this new cooperation between India and US as a global strategic partnership. I think that's one of the headlines that comes out of what he said. And it reflects that this is not just a trade, kind of a relationship.
Not a buyer-seller relationship.
Not a buyer-seller, export-import relationship, but it goes much beyond that. It's strategic in nature. Of course, anything to do with defense deals is definitely strategic. But even something like ISRO and NASA coming together, space exploration is again an area which is extremely strategic in nature. Another defense deal which is on the cards is the Predator drone deal that we've been talking about. Now, the US has not been very forthcoming when it comes to Predators. They've only given it to either NATO countries or very close military allies. Now, India is neither a NATO country or a military ally, but it's turned into a strategic partner. That's the signaling that comes out of the developments that are taking place. And we will see during the course of this visit more such takeaways that come out that clearly indicate that India and US are moving towards a strategic partnership, as the Prime Minister said.
Okay. Ambassador Sajjanhar, what according to you has been the biggest headline point, if I may, from the conversations that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Joe Biden had, and of course their joint address, sir?
Yeah, I think what I'd like to do at the moment, Gaurav, is basically wait for the joint declaration to come, because I think there will be many more details that are going to be there. But from the information that has been gleaned from what the Prime Minister said, I think there are issues like, first, of course, the two questions that were posed to the Prime Minister and the manner in which he responded to them. I think that was very, very sort of, setting the record straight. And that was very important. Secondly, I think in his own statement, he referred to the issue that both the countries are going to work together to deal with cross-border terrorism and to deal with extremism and radicalization. So I think this is also very significant, that the focus on terrorism, on Pakistan, on cross-border terrorism, that has not been lost when we are talking about, the enhancing cooperation between our two countries. Then coming out on the positives, I think definitely as far as the transfer of technology for the engine deal is concerned, I think that's a huge deal going forward. And the Prime Minister himself mentioned about reliable, trustworthy supply chains, stable, resilient supply chains. I think that is also huge because, it really helps India to come to a place where it wants to be, in terms of its economic development, in terms of its economic growth, so that, it is able to have a much more important, influential voice in the world today. And of course, as far as its defense preparedness is concerned, and the United States has been helping India, it has emerged really as the second or the third largest supplier of defense equipment. But now it is not only the defense supplier, it is also in terms of, co-designing and co-production, joint production in India. So I think all these taken together, semiconductors, chips, predator drones, what was mentioned about 5G, 6G, artificial intelligence, and space. I think these are all huge takeaways, and these really project that this is truly an inflection point as far as relations between the two countries are concerned.
Okay. How long, Abhishek? Of course, we'll have to go through the details of the MOU, and this is just a memorandum of understanding as of now that GE and HAL are talking about the potential manufacturing of the GE 414 engines for LCA Mark II and AMCA in India for the Indian Air Force. But is there any clarity? Because you and I have been reporting the story right from 2010. GE 414 engine was being talked about, more than a decade ago. So is there a positive time frame on when this will actually happen?
Gaurav, there's no scope for any delays. Whatever deadlines are set, they will have to be met as far as the production and manufacturing is concerned. Because remember, this MOU has been done to facilitate the Tejas Mark II with these engines, and then possibly AMCA, which is in the pipeline, 5th generation indigenous fighter aircraft, and also the naval deck-based fighter aircraft that India wants to procure extremely quickly. They don't want any delays in that. So if the manufacturing of the engine is delayed and it's not in sync with the manufacturing of the aircraft, it's counterproductive. So one thing is very clear, that with the transfer of technology, India is, for the future, looking at...
Abhishek, these images just coming in, of course, this is the Capitol Hill and the US Congress. This is the first video that's come out, live images that are coming in. This is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be addressing the US Congress for the second time. In fact, it's from the central gallery that the Prime Minister will walk in. All the congressmen and congresswomen there, they will stand up. It's a standing ovation that's given to the Prime Minister as he addresses the Congress. And slowly, just now the staff are putting numbers on who sits where. And it's truly historic, Ambassador Sajjanhar, the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be the first Indian Prime Minister to be addressing the US Congress twice. Stand up, it's a standing ovation. Ambassador Sajjanhar, can you hear me, sir? Okay, give me a moment as we try and reestablish that link with Ambassador Sajjanhar. But Abhishek, again, this signifies how close India-America relations are and how bipartisan the support is for India-America relations, India-US relations to be taken forward.
Well, Gaurav, it's very true that the kind of signals that you've got from this visit, it looks like an extremely promising future when it comes to India-US relations. And also, if we look at the history of the last 10-15 years, just speaking of defense cooperation, until 2008, the procurements from the United States of America to India were just about nil. And since then, till 2020, it jumped to $20 billion. So there has been a shift over the years, and with the kind of geopolitics that is that has shaped in the last couple of years, especially after the Russia-Ukraine war, we will see some more shifts here. US has been wooing India to not be reliant on Russia. But the fact is that for so many years, it was the US that had reservations when it came to defense cooperation with India. So that began to change, and now with the events in Europe with the Russia-Ukraine war, that's completely changed. And time and again, we see US making comments, publicly speaking on China's aggression. So that's another aspect where the US is looking for a larger cooperation with India.
Absolutely. We'll hear that conversation that India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal had with Congressman Ro Khanna, and he's played a key role. He's responded to a lot of criticism that's come his way. We'll listen into that conversation. But I have Dr. Harinder Sekho joining me on the broadcast, a consultant at the Vivekanand International Foundation, a think tank in the National Capital. Dr. Sekho, in your appreciation, ma'am, what was the biggest highlight of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Joe Biden's statements that you heard?
I think it was a very wide statement which has encompassed a lot of things. But the main thing which has come out of the joint statement is the great connect, not only amongst the two leaders, but they've talked about people-to-people connect and the role of the Indian-American community in fostering this close relationship which we witnessed today between India and the United States. So I think that this is what really sets the future tone for the relationship, because both countries go into an election mode, and the kind of support India and the United States enjoy because of the connect at various levels, from the leaders downwards, So I think that is the big takeaway. And also the common challenges, the common global challenges.
That bogey that was raised about democracy being under threat in India, or minorities needing protection in India, all that narrative that is being built against India, was that emphatically responded to both by the American President Joe Biden and by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in your view, ma'am?
I think Prime Minister Modi took that question head on, and he did not shy away, and he has quoted the Constitution. So I think he definitely was expecting that question, and he went well prepared, and there was not any hesitation in the way he answered that question, with conviction, bringing in the Constitution, bringing in the rights of the people, and how democracy is in the DNA of the country. We might have aberrations, but on the whole, the Indian democracy is a very live and kicking democracy. And I think the Prime Minister's answered that question very well.
Okay. When it comes to the jet engines, there was a lot of talk about if those engines are manufactured in India, that's a great game changer. But how much of the technology, in your view, are we in a position to absorb as of now? Or is it good that GE manufactures those engines here? Because that statement from General Electric, Dr. Sekho, seemed to indicate that as of now, that manufacturing would be for the Indian Air Force and not yet for export elsewhere.
See, even I've been through that.
Go on, ma'am.
I've gone through the fact sheet and the agreement which has been signed between GE and the Indian side, But as it is, there was speculation because GE is going to transfer only 60 to 80% of the technology. And I think it is a very symbolic agreement in the sense that India has been chosen eventually for the co-production or manufacture of jet engines. And a lot of these things take time, to set up this full facility. Even the Hindustan Aeronautics does not have the facility right now.
Yes.
And I think it's a very big transformational kind of an agreement. It's a big agreement. And it will take time because there are export control regulations within the United States which would need to come up. This whole thing has to pass Congress, but But even if India could kind of buy into it and be a part of the process of manufacturing the GE engine for the light combat aircraft, I think it is a very important step. And maybe 10 years down the line, who knows, we would have this facility.
Oh, absolutely. Because, for the past more than 50 years, Abhishek, since the 1950s, India has been experimenting with manufacturing an aircraft. You'd recall the instance of HF-24 Marut, that despite having two engines was seen as an underpowered engine. A great aircraft, great frame, but underpowered engine. So a problem from the 50s persists till 2023, hopefully addressed now.
Yeah, Gaurav, this has been a big Achilles heel. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And the fact that there are only 3-4 countries that, deal with the fighter jet engines made the problem even more grave. Because, other than GE, it's the French Safran, the Russians do it, and of course, UK-based Rolls-Royce. And this has been a problem plaguing Indian aviation, particularly fighter jets. And especially when you start to make your own fighter jets, like in the case of India, it can be extremely counterproductive if you're dependent on these companies. They might arm twist you, there'll be negotiations, there'll be delays, bottlenecks, and that will affect your
okay, give me a moment, Abhishek. These are live images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving at the Hill. He's arrived at the Parliament in the United States of America, the Capitol Hill, and this is where he will be addressing a bipartisan, both the Democrats and the Republicans in the US Congress. This is truly historic. It's a historic first, considering Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to address the US Congress twice, and significant because one, bipartisan support for India in the Congress, and we've actually seen this. We've actually seen this, Ambassador Sajjan Har with us, Abhishek Bhalla with us, Dr. Seko, right from the time that there were sanctions on India after the Pokhran tests. So you had the Clinton administration with Atal Bihari Vajpayee opening up, then that big deal between the India-US civil nuclear deal between Dr. Manmohan Singh and the Bush administration, then Barack Obama and Narendra Modi, and then Narendra Modi with Donald Trump, and now with Joe Biden. Bipartisan support for India will be on display on the Hill?
Definitely, Gaurav, because if you see in 1998, we were sanctioned for having undertaken the nuclear tests. And after 1998, began this slowly, the technical cooperation with India, 2002, when we decided to collaborate on cybersecurity. And if you recollect, it was the next steps in strategic partnership, a very tentative beginning in US-India technical cooperation. And seeing that in the next 20 years, I think we've come a long way. And today, we have a regular roadmap for the defense relationship in industrial cooperation, the ISET. I think this is a very, very transformational moment for Indian defense industry and also for the United States. So in 20 years, I mean, the wide gamut of technical cooperation and the defense deals which we have traversed, I think this is really remarkable.
It indeed is. I mean, just imagine from sanctions in 1998 to fighter jet engines to be manufactured in India, the conversation happening in 2023 and that MOU. Stay with me for a moment. I want to cut across to India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal, who's spoken to Congressman Ro Khanna on what to expect in this joint, in this address of Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the Hill. Let's listen in.
I want to go across now, live and exclusive, to one of the biggest friends of India here in the United States. Congressman Ro Khanna now joins us. We're right outside the White House, where at the Oval Office, Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with American President Joe Biden, and amongst the movers and shakers working behind the scenes to make this visit possible and to make it the kind of success that it's been is the man who's now with us live on India Today News Track. Congressman Khanna, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the kind of effort that you've made in trying to build the relationship between India and the US. As somebody who's played such an important role in this visit by the Indian Prime Minister, could you begin by giving us your sense of what you think is the biggest takeaway from Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the US?
Well, first of all, welcome to the United States. It was extraordinary to see almost 3,000 people on the White House lawn. And of course, the galleries are going to be packed, as is the House, when the Prime Minister comes and addresses the United States Congress later today. I believe the enthusiasm for the relationship is grounded on common interests and common values, a defense interest to make sure that China doesn't emerge as a hegemon in Asia or threaten the sovereignty of nations, an interest in solving climate and solving scientific issues together, and an interest economically in partnering to make sure that our workers and our companies succeed.
I was seeing that in California, you've been facing some pushback on account of the role that you've played in trying to build the India-America relationship. Do you want to talk a bit about that, this criticism that's being flung the way of President Biden, and how he's been able to, leave what the naysayers are saying on the side and really focus on what can be done to take the India-America relationship to the next level?
Well, I have faced criticism for helping play a role in inviting the Prime Minister to address Congress. But I have the same philosophy as President Obama, which is that you talk to leaders, especially of allies, and no country agrees with everything. Of course, it's important to respect human rights, and it's important for India's own cohesion to embrace pluralism, and that is part of a conversation with India. But to have that conversation, you have to engage with the leaders and respect the leaders, and that is what this is about. So I don't think that the criticism is justified.
Also, the fact that there's been so much component around transfer of technology in sensitive areas from the United States to India. What do you think has allowed for this to happen? Is it the common threat that both Washington and New Delhi see in Beijing, which is allowing for things like the purchase of the GE 414 jet engines to go through with a component of transfer of technology, which otherwise would have been very difficult to make happen?
Well, some of us have been leading for years to have India treated as a non-NATO major partner. I've been working with Senator Warner and going to be introducing that again. I think those efforts have paid off, as is this administration, where we're getting the jet engine deal done, where India now has access to the latest technology. And India is recognizing that the Russian equipment doesn't work. So they also are more incentivized to build the relationship with the United States.
Well, it's not just the view of the Biden administration, because we've seen with the AUKUS nuclear submarine deal with Australia got caught up in congressional approvals. Now that the administration has given its consent for the purchase of the GE jet engines, do you think that there will be adequate bipartisan support on the transfer of high-end technology to India, or do you think that could get stuck in Washington's long and laborious political process?
Well, as a co-chair of the India caucus, I will be working hard to make sure that it doesn't get bogged down in the congressional process. This is also why I'm introducing with Senator Warner the resolution to treat India not just as a strategic trade partner, which it is, but as a non-NATO defense partner off the rank of Japan or in Australia. But I think people in the Congress get it. They understand that we need this defense partnership, that it is critical for India's own border security, and it helps American interests. It helps our ability to gather intelligence in Asia. It helps our ability to make sure no country emerges as a hegemon in Asia. It helps us to diversify our economic interests, not to be dependent solely on China for our manufacturing, but to have a more diversified Asian hub.
Where next to? India and the United States have made substantial progress in deepening their ties during Prime Minister Modi's state visit to the US. What do you see as being the next part of this continuing journey?
Well, I think this is going to be critical. I'm hopeful that members of Congress then will, of course, visit India. India will be hosting the G20. The president, I hope, will go there, and cabinet members will continue to go there. The people-to-people relationship is so important. We need to have more scientific research together. We need to work and have better economic ties that are actually benefiting the United States, because unlike China, we don't have a massive trade deficit with India. India is buying things from the United States. That's creating jobs in the United States. So I hope we can strengthen that, continue to strengthen the defense ties.
Congressman Khanna, for joining us on this broadcast as we broadcast live from inside the White House. Thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you've done towards building this relationship, and we look forward to seeing where things go from here. Thank you for taking out time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So there is tremendous enthusiasm in the United States of America, bipartisan support for India-America ties to be strengthened further. That's the aim. These are live images. That's the Capitol Hill that you see, the American Parliament. The Prime Minister has reached here. He will be addressing the Capitol, the joint sitting of the US Congress in a short while from now. These are visuals of earlier today. But before this, the Prime Minister got a rousing reception at the White House. And it wasn't just that the red carpet was rolled out for him. The gates of the White House were open to 7,000 Indian Americans, the first time ever. What does this indicate? This, the Prime Minister said, indicates the deepening ties between India and America, and the fact that the Indian Americans, the people of both the countries, are the glue that bind this relationship. Let's take a look.
Marching bands, honor guards, gun salutes. The welcome couldn't have been warmer in rainy weather. The who's who's of the Biden administration on the south lawn of the White House, rolling out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
I'm honored to be the first to have you here in 15 years. The United States is honoring and hosting an official visit for the Republic of India. Prime Minister Modi, welcome back to the White House.
The world's most powerful address in Washington, D.C., packed with a 7,000-strong crowd of diasporic Indians to witness America's most elevated reception of the Indian Prime Minister.
We are so excited and so happy and so proud of our Prime Minister and our country. And all I can say is Bharat Mata Ki Jai. He is such a great leader. He can be role model for the rest of the leaders of the world.
And we want to express our gratitude to the Prime Minister for his visit to continue to strengthen the ties between United States and India.
The invaluable role of the Indian American community also received a rare acknowledgement.
I see an Indian American diaspora that reflects every part of American life and remains a bridge between our nations.
In his every word, the host painted a vibrant tapestry of unshakable confidence in the bonds between India and the United States.
We, the people. The enduring ties and shared values between our people and the shared responsibility as global leaders to tackle the great issues of our time together. The decisions we make today are going to determine
our future for decades to come.
Prime Minister Biden's welcome speech for Prime Minister Modi set the stage for discussions ahead.
And the shared responsibilities
Delving into crucial geopolitical matters, fostering Indo-Pacific collaboration, and reaffirming the shared democratic values of India and the United States.
in this century require that India and the United States work and lead together. Core principles have endured and evolved even as they have faced challenges throughout each of our nation's histories and will fuel our strength, depth, and future.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi thanked the hosts. He described his state honor as a resounding testament to the collective significance of all Indians.
आज व्हाइट हाउस में शानदार स्वागत समारोह के एक प्रकार से ये भारत के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का सम्मान है.
Prime Minister Modi appreciated the honor the White House bestowed upon Indian Americans.
इंडियन अमेरिकन समुदाय के लिए व्हाइट हाउस के द्वार आज पहली बार खोले गए हैं. भारतीय समुदाय के लोग अपने टैलेंट, कर्मठता और निष्ठा से अमेरिका में भारत की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं. आप सब हमारे संबंधों की असली ताकत है.
In his address, the Prime Minister conveyed a deep sense of pride in India's diversity.
साधारण नागरिक के रूप में दोनों देश अपनी विविधता पर गर्व करते हैं. हम सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय इस मूलभूत सिद्धांत में विश्वास रखते हैं.
Shared vision, aspirations, goodwill and collaboration. The two global powerhouses forging a path towards a future brimming with promise and possibility. Bureau Report, India Today.
Look at the warmth in that relationship. Look at the detail, the planning done by the White House to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's talked about Sri Ann or millets. 2023 is the year of the millets. So in that special dinner for the Prime Minister, there are dishes made of the Sri Ann or millets. And that's just one aspect. Food decorated in the color of the tricolor. And the US First Lady Jill Biden spoke of it. And we'll talk about this in greater detail. Before that, there's realization in the US, and there has been for quite some time, that relationship with India is extremely important for the United States of America, and not just to contain China. Whether it's in the field of defense or technology or energy or people-to-people contact, there's bipartisan support. We bring you a lot of reactions that are coming in from the Hill.
Well, I think there's a lot of excitement. Of course, we have a lot of business going on Capitol Hill, but I'm excited to see all of that stop and pause for a moment to welcome Prime Minister Modi as the leader of a great partner and ally in India. And I truly feel that the U.S.-India relationship is the relationship of the future, economically, diplomatically, from the information space, and even militarily. This is the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy coming together in a truly significant way.
And a strong supporter of the people of India. My father served in India during World War II, and I'm really grateful. He told me how hardworking the people of India are, and so I'm so grateful for the Indian-American community, what they mean, and then I'm really thrilled about the service of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And it's so important that America, the world's oldest democracy, work with the world's largest democracy. We have shared interest, and that is we believe in rule of law. And so we need to be working together.
John Bacon from Omaha, Nebraska. Well, I'm excited to hear Prime Minister Modi. He represents the largest democracy, the fifth largest economy, and he's coming here. We're the oldest democracy and the largest economy. But our two countries have to work together in a world where we have China and Russia and Iran, and we can be a voice together for so much better good than just by ourselves. So I hope to hear from him a desire to work together as our two countries, as partners for freedom, democracy, human rights, and so forth. But we need it because we can't deal with China, Russia, Iran on our own. We have to have strong allies. And I don't say as a leader of the allies, equal allies. We just need strong alliances. And I believe India could be a game changer when it comes to dealing with India and Russia. I think he obviously represents the majority from what I can see. And I think I have the impression that the Indian people love him from what I can see, that he has the support. But I've never talked to him, and I look forward to I'm going to be at the address today, and I'm going to be at a social with him afterwards. So I look forward to understanding who he is better. There's a reception after the State of the Union, or after his address to the Congress. Okay. And so I look forward to hearing what he has to say and knowing him. And, I'm impressed. He represents the most populous country in the world now. India has surpassed China for the number of people.
So there is realization and a lot of other reactions also coming in, and we'll continue to get you those reactions. But the co-chair of the India caucus has actually introduced a legislation that would add India to the list of favored nations for the US arms sales under the Arms Export Control Act, along with NATO members in Australia, Japan, Israel, New Zealand, and South Korea. So overall, America wants to deepen not just military ties, but overall relationship with India. And Ambassador Sajanhar, while some say this is to contain China, while some say this is to checkmate China, the relationship is far deeper. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is actually saying that India's relationship with America, the two most powerful democracies together, are to benefit humankind. That's their effort, Ambassador.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. China is a factor, and it's a significant factor, but it's not the only factor. I think there are so many other aspects of the bilateral relationship or the bilateral partnership which are very important. And they are important not only for India, not only for the United States, not only for the people of the two countries, but they are important for peace, stability, security, and prosperity in the world. And in that context, I think all the new initiatives that are being taken, the new decisions that are being taken, Gaurav, I think all of them are acting in that direction. I think what the United States has realized, and particularly, after the so-called unipolar moment got over, when we had the 9/11 attacks in 2001 at the beginning of this century, and then we had that was the huge dent as far as the military position and dominance of the United States was concerned. And then in 2007, 2008, we had the international economic and financial crisis, as a result of which all the Western economies, whether it's Europe or US or Japan, they were their position was seriously affected, adversely impacted. So after that, the United States realized that if it had to counter China, then it could not do it alone. It needed allies. So in that sense, whether it is the other allies in East Asia or India, they became important. But overall, I think the United States has also realized that a strong, more influential, a more powerful India is in its own interest. And so what is happening is we have seen the weaponization of supply chains by China during the COVID period. So there is this move not really to move away from China in terms of disengaging with China, but having some, de-risking as far as its relations are concerned. And in that sense, India is, the relations with India are being developed, are being involved. And of course, there are so many other issues in the world, the challenges that confront the global community, whether it is climate change, whether it is terrorism. So all these are aspects in which India and the United States have to work together. and to find solutions. So India's presence has become really indispensable as far as dealing with several of these global challenges are concerned. Gaurav.
All right. Ambassador Sajjanar, thank you for that insight. I do request you to stay on with us. This is Akshita now taking forward the broadcast from Gaurav Sawant. Just to recap for our viewers, we're standing by right now for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address at Capitol Hill. Second time that he's going to be addressing the US Congress and thereby creating history as the first Indian Prime Minister to be addressing the US Congress for a second time. But a lot that's happened over the last few hours, including that bilateral. What are the big takeaways from that bilateral? Because as much as we talk about the photo ops, as much as we talk about the optics, it's also about the business and what are the big takeaways from this visit. And a whole lot of big bang deals have been signed for space to semiconductors to fighter jet engines. Let me just sum up for you all the takeaways on the deals that have been inked between India and US.
The highest trappings of American friendship on full display. America extends its most elevated protocols for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But India means business, no mere optics. The Prime Minister gets down to work with the United States. A huge boost to India's air power. An emphatic statement of a deeper military cooperation. The Indian Air Force will get GE jet engines. The US manufacturer has announced plans to jointly produce F414 engines with the state-owned Hindustan Aeronautics in India. GE Aerospace is a leading provider of jet engines, components and systems for commercial and military aircraft. The company described the deal as a major milestone amidst Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States, a key element in military ties between the two countries. India's purchase of 31 armed MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones made by General Atomics worth $3 billion. Removal of US obstacles in the way of bilateral trade in defense and high technology also on the cards.
It's a milestone in our relationship between the two countries. You heard Honorable External Affairs Minister say yesterday, it's a very significant visit, very important visit. Bilateral defense cooperation, it has been a critical pillar of our engagement.
A cosmic alliance. India and the United States set to embark on an interstellar journey.
Seconds into the flight.
NASA and ISRO have agreed to carry out a joint mission to the International Space Station next year. And India has decided to join the US-led Artemis Accords, an international cooperative agreement for space exploration. PM Modi's visit has been able to secure a commitment from US-based semiconductor producer Micron Technology to break ground on a $2.75 billion a new assembly and test facility in India. Semiconductors are primary elements for the majority of electronic systems, serving communications, signal processing, computing, and control applications. A visit that showcases a determined focus on tangible outcomes and collaborations. Bureau Report, India Today.
So we're counting down to the Prime Minister's address. He's reached Capitol Hill, and those are images that we're showing to you right now of the last-minute preparations that are underway. A slew of congressmen and congresswomen, all of them speaking out, talking about how excited they are for the Prime Minister's address. We're being told that the speech will be in English. He is going to be, of course, touching upon a number of issues. But so far, considering that there's been a lot of talk about democracy and the Prime Minister addressing that question in particular, will there be a larger message on that also stressed upon when he speaks in Capitol Hill? But this is a historic address because of the fact that he's the first Indian Prime Minister to speak twice at the US Congress. And if you look at, the issues that were raised the last time around when the Prime Minister spoke at the US Congress, he did largely focus on deepening Indo-American ties, something that the Indian government and the American government working together in tandem have really achieved. If you look look back at what things were like before versus now as well. Abhishek Bhalla is also with us here in the studio. Abhishek, what really is your expectation from the Prime Minister's address in about 30 minutes from now?
Well, Akshita, I think this will be this showstopper kind of an event addressing the entire Congress there and a joint session. And as you rightly mentioned, that this is perhaps the first time that an Indian Prime Minister will be doing that twice, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done that before. I think the focus will be on the larger cooperation and sort of a new dawn between India and US relations. A bit of a takeaway that I thought was in that joint presser when he said that this is a global strategic partnership. That was I think that's one of the big takeaways that has come out till now from the utterances made by the two leaders. Because when he said that this is a global strategic partnership, I think the suggestion was that it's not just cooperation between the two countries, but it's going to have big ramifications on geopolitics across the world. Also, the fact that till now we've seen India-US cooperation be at in a situation where it's more of a import-export, buyer-seller kind of a relationship. That's set to change, and some of the deals that are happening, they're extremely strategic in nature. And when I say this, it's not just the defense acquisitions that we're talking about, but also something like NASA and ISRO getting together, space exploration, semiconductors. These are all aspects, artificial intelligence. These are all aspects that go beyond simple trade and has a big strategic ramification.
Very true. I'm particularly very, very excited about that space tie-up between India and NASA, a space mission in the offing where you're going to be seeing ISRO and NASA coming together. So that sounds particularly exciting to me. But let's put the focus again on some of those highlights that we're running on our screens. And what the Prime Minister said earlier, there was a lot of talk on social media, a lot of questions on whether the Prime Minister will take media's questions. He took the toughest one. The one that asked him about all of this talk about, minorities not getting their rights, about human rights violations in India, about there being no democracy in the country. And here's what he said in response. A very detailed reply by the Prime Minister. He didn't hold back. He ensured that he used that platform, used that opportunity to send out a message to all those critics, to all those naysayers.
Mr. Prime Minister, India has long prided itself as the world's largest democracy, but there are many human rights groups who say that your government has discriminated against religious minorities and sought to silence its critics. As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है। और जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है, लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है। लोकतंत्र को हम जीते हैं और हमारे पूर्वजों ने उसको शब्दों में ढाला है संविधान के रूप में। और हमारी सरकार लोकतंत्र के मूलभूत मूल्यों को आधार लेकर के बने हुए संविधान के आधार पर चलती है। और हमारा संविधान और हमारी सरकार, और हमने सिद्ध किया है डेमोक्रेसी कैन डिलीवर। और जब मैं डिलीवर कहता हूं तब कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, जेंडर, किसी भी भेदभाव को वहां जगह नहीं होती है। और जब हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं तब अगर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज नहीं है, ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, ह्यूमन राइट्स नहीं है, फिर तो वो डेमोक्रेसी है ही नहीं। और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं। भारत में सरकार के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो एक्सेस टू ऑल है, जो भी उसके हकदार हैं उन सबको मिलते हैं। इसलिए भारत के लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, न धर्म के आधार पर, न जाति के आधार पर, न उम्र के आधार पर, न भूभाग के आधार पर।
So as you raise these broader issues of human rights and democracy, what is your message to those, including some members of your own party, who believe that your administration is overlooking the targeting of religious minorities and a crackdown on dissent in India?
Well, look, the Prime Minister and I had a good discussion about democratic values, and that's the nature of our relationship. We're straightforward with each other, and we respect each other. One of the fundamental reasons that I believe the U.S.-China relationship is not in the space it is in the U.S.-Indian relationship is that there's an overwhelming respect for each other because we're both democracies. And it's a common democratic character of both our countries and our people, our diversity, our culture, our open, tolerant, robust debate. And I believe that we believe in the dignity of every citizen. And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies, makes us appealing partners, and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
आज का दिन भारत और अमेरिका के संबंधों के इतिहास में एक विशेष महत्व रखता है। आज की हमारी चर्चा और हमारे द्वारा लिए गए महत्वपूर्ण निर्णयों से हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ा है। एक नई दिशा और नई ऊर्जा मिली है। भारत अमेरिका की व्यापार और निवेश साझेदारी दोनों देशों के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आज अमेरिका भारत का सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि व्यापार से जुड़े लंबित मुद्दों को समाप्त कर नई शुरुआत की जाए। आईसेट यानी इनिशिएटिव फॉर क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे तकनीकी सहयोग के महत्वपूर्ण फ्रेमवर्क के रूप में उभरा है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, स्पेस, क्वांटम और टेलीकॉम जैसे क्षेत्रों में अपना सहयोग बढ़ाकर हम एक मजबूत और फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी की रचना कर रहे हैं। अमेरिका की माइक्रोन, गूगल तथा अप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी कंपनियों द्वारा भारत में निवेश करने का निर्णय इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक साझेदारी का प्रतीक है। इस यात्रा के दौरान मुझे अमेरिका के कुछ अन्य सीईओज के साथ मुलाकात करने का भी अवसर मिला। उनके साथ हुई चर्चाओं में भी मैंने भारत के प्रति उत्साह और एक सकारात्मक सोच महसूस किया। हम दोनों सहमत हैं कि हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप को सार्थक करने में गवर्नमेंट्स, बिजनेसेस और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस का साथ आना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन में भारत और अमेरिका के साझे विजन को इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। इसमें ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, विंड एनर्जी, बैटरी स्टोरेज, कार्बन कैप्चर जैसे क्षेत्र शामिल है। हमने यह भी निर्णय लिया कि वैश्विक अनिश्चितताओं के बीच भारत और अमेरिका ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर्स की तरह रिलायबल, सिक्योर और रेजिलिएंट ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन और वैल्यू चेन तैयार करेंगे। भारत और अमेरिका के बीच करीबी रक्षा सहयोग हमारे आपसी विश्वास और साझा रणनीतिक प्राथमिकताओं का प्रतीक है। पुराने समय के बायर सेलर्स रिलेशनशिप पीछे छोड़कर आज हम ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन की तरफ बढ़ चुके हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक द्वारा भारत में टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर के माध्यम से इंजन बनाने का निर्णय एक लैंडमार्क एग्रीमेंट है। इससे दोनों देशों में रोजगार के नए अवसर भी खुलेंगे। यह आने वाले समय में हमारे रक्षा सहयोग को एक नया स्वरूप देगा। इस सहयोग में दोनों देशों के रक्षा उद्योग और स्टार्टअप्स महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर्स हैं। उन्हें आपस में जोड़ना हमारे डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोडमैप का मुख्य उद्देश्य है। स्पेस साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में हमारा गहरा और वर्षों पुराना सहयोग रहा है। आज हमने आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड्स में शामिल होने का निर्णय लेकर हमारे स्पेस कोऑपरेशन में एक लंबी उड़ान भरी है। भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी के लिए
Images that we're getting to you right now from inside the Capitol Hill building. You can see that the congressmen and women are slowly streaming in. The Prime Minister is going to be entering the moment everyone has settled down. There's been a few boycotts, a few hiccups here and there, but that's not something that anyone, even the American media, isn't focusing on. They're talking about what the Prime Minister's message is going to be to all of the congressmen and congresswomen who are gathered there right now. We've time and again mentioned that this is going to be a historic speech. The Prime Minister is going to put the focus again, no doubt, on how these are two democracies coming together, blending together and forming this natural friendship and alliance that's been built along decades of trust, along decades of faith and of course along decades of deals that have been brokered between the two nations. And that's what he will largely focus on. And that comes just about an hour after you heard some of the comments that the Prime Minister made about what the India-US relationship really means for both countries. This is clearly a give and take relationship between both India and America. Gone are the days when India is reliant on America. Today, it's a 50-50 relationship where America is equally dependent on India. You could call it the China factor, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the reason that America is also reliant on having great ties with India is because of our stead, our reputation has also risen. I'm talking about economically and otherwise in the global order. These are images that we're getting to you right now from inside Capitol Hill. You can see that there is a constant stream of American politicians making their way in. Unlike what you saw outside the White House, where there was all of this Indian diaspora, this massive gathering that happened outside the Capitol Hill building, outside the Parliament of America, you don't really see a massive gathering of Indians. In fact, the Prime Minister, we're told, has already reached the building. He's inside, waiting for the right moment to go in there and start his address. These live images we will continue to beam for you, but remember this is a joint sitting of the US Congress that the Prime Minister will be addressing for the second time. And he will be reiterating his message of the Indian-American ties and the progress that we've seen in the last many years. This is very clearly a partnership that will build for the decades to come, a partnership with this visit that's been firmly sealed through, courtesy Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. Prime Minister Modi has had a power-packed schedule indeed from early this morning. If you look at what's happened in the United States, it started with, of course, a formal welcome in the White House with a 21-gun salute. And that's when you had 7,000 Indian Americans gathered at the White House. Post that was all getting down to business. It was the bilateral meets that took place. And then, of course, there was the joint briefing that happened as well. And very interesting from the joint briefing, the biggest headline that's emerged so far from this visit was that question that the Prime Minister took on democracy and questions on whether the minorities are being targeted, are being trampled upon, whether their rights are being trampled upon. He addressed that particular question with nearly a 3-minute long answer, saying, I don't know and I'm surprised to hear about this. India has democracy in her DNA. And that is a message clearly that's going out loud and clear to all critics. But there was a lot of talk about this on social media, whether the Prime Minister would be a part of that press conference. 2 questions that he took. The first on democracy, the second on climate change. The first came from an American journalist from Wall Street Journal, the second from an Indian journalist. And both questions were answered, after which President Biden and Prime Minister Modi walked out. Now, after this, at this particular event, it's going to be interesting to see what the Prime Minister really has to say. President Biden will be there. So will Vice President Kamala Harris, and all other important American political faces will be a part of this particular interaction with the Prime Minister. We're expecting that the speech could go on for about 60 minutes or so. It was scheduled to begin about 45 minutes ago. Abhishek, you were telling me earlier that I think as per the official schedule, it was supposed to start at about 12:30. That's Indian Standard Time, of course. So about a 1-hour delay, and I think that was expected. Okay, just live images that are coming in right now on your screens there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's cut across, listening to what's happening.
Without you, one cannot go.
US House Speaker Kevin McCarthy there greeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We'll play out that brief sequence for you again. So a warm handshake, a warm welcome for Prime Minister Modi from the Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy there, as is protocol, as is the procedure. He was there to go ahead and welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All right, it looks like any moment now the Prime Minister is going to be making his way into the halls of the Congress. There you have it. You've got Vice President Kamala Harris, who's just walked in, as is the procedure. This, in all likelihood, will be followed by US President by POTUS, Mr. Biden. And then you will have Prime Minister Narendra Modi walking in. I have no doubt that it will be to a standing ovation. There you have the Vice President making her way up. As is protocol now, you can expect the Prime Minister to enter any moment now. So that right next to the Vice President is the Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, who just a few moments ago, as we showed you, there you have it on your screens, that welcome to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's play that out for you.
Without you, one cannot go.
All right, couldn't quite catch what the Prime Minister has said, so we'll try to listen and play that out for you once again. But you can see that both leaders are all smiles as the Prime Minister made his way into the Parliament of America, if you will, and getting that warm welcome from the US Speaker. He is expected there any moment now, but it's a full house. As you can see there, the US Congress, both houses coming together for this rare event, for this historic event. And the Prime Minister will be putting forth his words, his thoughts to this packed house as well. In just a few brief moments from now, you can expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Biden to be making their way inside. And let's play out for you that particular sequence so we can once again listen to the welcome that was accorded to Prime Minister Modi.
Excellency, good afternoon. It's an honor. Savannah. Thank for this opportunity.
Well, all the people I want to invite to do a joint session.
Otherwise, without you, one cannot go. Excellency, good afternoon.
It's an honor.
Savannah. Thank for this opportunity.
Well, all the people I want to invite to do a joint session.
Otherwise, without you, one cannot go. Excellency, good afternoon.
It's an honor.
Savannah. Thank for this opportunity.
Well, of all the people I want to invite to do a joint session.
Sir, but otherwise, without you, one cannot do. Excellency, good afternoon.
It's great to see the kind of bonhomie the Prime Minister Modi really shares with every American leader he's meeting there. And you can see that there's a brief conversation, but the Prime Minister says, good afternoon, thanks for this opportunity. And then they smile for that photo op. There's a brief moment where both of them also share a laugh. We're not exactly able to catch what really the joke was the Prime Minister Modi cracked that got even the speaker all smiles. But you can see the warmth written all over your screens there for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is protocol being followed, but at the same time, you can see that personal touch of the friendship, the bonhomie, the warmth that's been exchanged between these two leaders. It's been pretty much a template that we've seen in the last few days, that everywhere the Prime Minister has gone, whether it's the Bidens, whether it's any other American leader, the CEOs, the cultural representatives, or for that matter, other politicians, all of them have welcomed Prime Minister Modi and thereby India essentially with such warmth that speaks volumes by itself of where India-US relations and ties have really reached at this point. So we're looking forward to that address, this particular sequence that you see with the Prime Minister being greeted by the Speaker of the US House of Representatives sets the tone of what you can expect really in the House as well.
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints members of the committee on part of the House to escort His Excellency Narendra Modi into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser. The gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbin. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman from California, Mr. Barra. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal. The gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurti. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar. The members of the escort. Oh, sorry.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Excellency Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, into the House chamber. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner. The Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst. The Senator from Montana, Mr. Daines. And the Senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch. That is.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Protocol. As is protocol there, you had the Vice President and the Speaker reading out names of the senators who will be escorting Prime Minister Modi into the House right now. So they've just gone out to formally invite the Prime Minister, to formally bring him in, and then you're going to see the proceedings kick off. But order has been called by the Speaker. All the senators, all the congressmen and congresswomen have taken their places. So any moment now, Prime Minister Modi is going to be walking in with, in fact, that entire delegation of all the senators who've been personally handpicked to invite the Prime Minister inside. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. A procedure protocol that's being followed right now. It's expected that the Prime Minister will speak in English and could be a 60-minute long speech. And this is purely based on the last time around and his speech last time around, that I'm saying that this could go on for 60 minutes or even more, because the last time around the Prime Minister spoke, he went into great detail about his vision for Indian-American ties, about how India has worked for years relentlessly on building this relationship, and how America also has, in fact, been pushing forward, striving to better the ties with us. So this time's message also will be crucial to note here, because the Prime Minister repeatedly has spoken about how these two democracies and them coming together is the perfect marriage, a perfect alliance of sorts. And time and again has said that we must stand shoulder to shoulder. We stand shoulder to shoulder in combating every global issue. Let's cut across live. Take over. Pin drop silence there in the House. All anticipation and all eyes, as you can see on your screens there, are glued to right behind. And that's because from those doors is where the Prime Minister is expected to enter, all of them up on their feet. So the moment Prime Minister Modi comes in, it's going to be a standing ovation welcome for him. And I remember the last time around when he spoke in the US Congress, in this very hall, it was a standing ovation once he completed his address. So we'll see what the reception is this time around. And you can see all of them turned around with their eyes glued to the doors through which the Prime Minister will enter any moment now.
The President's Cabinet.
So all the chairs being slowly filled in, it's a rare procedure. It's very interesting to note how different parliaments across the world function. This is how the US Parliament, the US Congress essentially functions, announcements being made for representatives from different parts of America, for representatives from different groups. Like you just saw, these were representatives from the President's Cabinet, as was announced, who've just made their way inside. Once all of them stream in, once they file in, that's when you're going to be seeing that formal announcement being made of the Prime Minister also entering into the US Congress. Vice President Kamala Harris is standing right up there. Accompanying her is, in fact, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy. Yes, waiting in anticipation, standing up on their feet, holding on, waiting in anticipation for the Prime Minister to enter. There are many of them. You can see that it's completely a packed house right now, as all of them have gathered to hear what the Prime Minister's message is going to be to America, to the world as well. Make no mistake in your mind, this particular address will be watched very closely across the world. As President Biden himself put it, the world has a stake in the relations between India and America. The world has a stake in these two democracies, and that's exactly what we're witnessing right now. Because in the global order, in the scheme of things, in the global order, India and America hold a sizable chunk of power, of authority, and this relationship, as it keeps building and building, putting up the building blocks, as we're seeing with every single visit by Prime Minister Modi to America, by President Biden to India, that cements this relationship further. And that's something that will be highlighted also in the address by Prime Minister Modi, which is why it's going to be extremely important to take note of. He is going to be no doubt talking about how these two democracies are blending together, are binding together. And that's something he's already spoken about 60 minutes ago, when a pointed question was asked to him about all of this rhetoric that does the rounds when it comes to India, when it comes to the Narendra Modi government globally, where they claim that there are violations of human rights constantly, that minorities are being and their rights are being trampled upon. And the message from there was very clear from the Prime Minister, saying democracy is truly in our DNA. As we wait for the Prime Minister to arrive, I'd just like to take a quick question to Ambassador Ashok Sajanar. Ambassador Sajanar, would you agree with what President Biden said earlier when he said that, the world has a stake in India-America ties? The world has a stake in these two democracies and how well they really blend together.
No, absolutely. I fully agree with what President Biden said, that the relations between the two countries are important, not only for the people of these two countries, but really for peace, for stability, for security and prosperity in the regions and the world. For instance, you look at the Indo-Pacific, you look at the Indian Ocean, you look at the South China Sea, you look at peace in that region. I think it is incumbent upon these countries to work together to ensure that there is security, stability and prosperity. And all the very many initiatives that have been taken, Akshita, by the Quad, for instance, the Prime Minister has called it a force for global good. And whether it is in terms of dealing with climate change, it is in terms of providing 2 billion vaccines of COVID-19, when the pandemic was raging, or it is to deal with the critical emergent technologies, infrastructure which does not lead the countries into debt traps like the Belt and Road Initiative of China has led, and in terms of HADR, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, in terms of providing healthcare, education. So all these aspects are definitely important, not only for these two countries, but definitely for peace and security in the world. So, and I think this is what the Prime Minister is going to be speaking about. You are very right. I fully agree with you when you say that, this speech of his is going to be compared to the last speech that he made in May of 2016, because that was truly a historical speech. He gave some, some very quotable quotes there, some very iconic statements were made by him. And I'm sure you remember all of them when he said, that India has overcome the hesitations of history. And he also made the comment, in a rather lyrical manner, that now there is a new symphony at play between
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Let's cut across live now.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, distinguished members of the U.S. Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. It is always a great honor to address the United States Congress. It is an exceptional privilege to do so twice. For this honor, I extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India. I see that nearly half of you were here in 2016. I feel your warmth as old friends. I can also see the enthusiasm of a new friends in the other half. I remember Senator Harry Reid, Senator John McCain, Senator Orrin Hatch, Elijah Cummings, Elsie Hastings, and others who I met here in 2016 and who are sadly no longer with us. Mr. Speaker, standing here 7 Junes ago, that is the June when Hamilton swept all the awards, I said that the hesitations of history were behind us. Now, when our era is at a crossroads, I am here to speak about our calling for this century. Through the long and widening road that we have traveled, we have made the test of friendship. A lot has changed since I came here 7 summers ago. But a lot has remained the same, like our commitment to deepen the friendship between India and the United States. In the past few years, there have been many advances in AI, artificial intelligence. At the same time, there have been even more momentous development in another AI, America and India. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the beauty of democracy is the constant connect with the people, to listen to them and feel their pulse. And I know this takes a lot of time, energy, effort, and travel. It is a Thursday afternoon, a fly-out day for some of you. So I'm grateful for your time. I also know how busy you have been this last month. Being a citizen of a vibrant democracy, myself, I can admit one thing, Mr. Speaker, you have a tough job. I can relate to the battles of patience, persuasion, and policy. I can understand the debate of ideas and ideology. But I'm delighted to see you come together today to celebrate the bond between world's two great democracies, India and the United States. Thank you. I'm happy to help out. I'm happy to help out whenever you need a strong bipartisan consensus. There will be and there must be a contest of ideas at home. But we must also come together as one when we speak for our nation. And you have shown that you can do it. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of America was inspired by the vision of a nation of equal people. Throughout your history, you embraced people from around the world, and you have made them equal partners in the American dream. There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who who has made history. I'm told that the Samosa caucus is now the flavor of the house. I hope it grows and brings the full diversity of Indian cuisine here. Over 2 centuries, we have inspired each other through the lives of great Americans and Indians. We pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. We also remember many others who work for liberty, equality, and justice. Today, I also wish to pay heartfelt tribute to one of them, Congressman John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives wings to thought and expression. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our partnership augurs well for the future of democracy. Together, we shall give a better future to the world and a better world to the future. Mr. Speaker, last year, India celebrated 75 years of its independence. Every milestone is important, but this one was a special. We celebrated a remarkable journey of over 75 years of freedom after 1,000 years of foreign rule in one form or another. This was not just a celebration of democracy, but also of diversity, not just of constitution, but also of its spirit of a social empowerment, not just of our competitiveness and cooperative federalism, but also of our essential unity and integrity. We have over 2,500 political parties. Yes, you heard that right. 2,500. About 20 different parties govern various states of India. We have 22 official languages and thousands of dialects, and yet we speak in one voice. Every 100 miles, our cuisine changes. From dosa to aloo paratha, and from Srikhand to Sandesh. We enjoy all of this. We are home to all faiths in the world, and we celebrate all of them. In India, diversity is a natural way of life. Today, the world wants to know more and more about India. I see that curiosity in this house too. We were honored to receive over 100 members of the US Congress in India over the last decade. Everyone wants to understand India's development, democracy, and diversity. Everyone wants to know what India is doing right and how. Among close friends, I'm happy to share the same. Mr. Speaker, when I first visited the US as a Prime Minister, India was the 10th largest economy in the world. 10th. Today, India is the 5th largest economy. And India will be the 3rd largest economy soon. We are not only growing bigger, but we are also growing faster. When India grows, the whole world grows. After all, We are 1/6 of the world's population. In the last century, when India won its freedom, it inspired many other countries to free themselves from colonial rule. In this century, when India sets benchmark in growth, it will inspire many other countries to do the same. Our vision is सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts. Let me share with you how this vision is translating into action with speed and scale. We are focusing on infrastructure development. We have given nearly 40 million homes to provide shelter to over 150 million people. That is nearly 6 times the population of Australia. We run a national health insurance program that ensures free medical treatment for about 500 million people. $500 million people, that is greater than the population of South America. We took banking to the unbanked with the world's largest financial inclusion drive. Nearly 500 million people benefited. This is close to the population of North America. We have worked on building digital India. Today, there are more than 850 million smartphones and internet users in the country. This is more than the population of Europe. We protected our people with 2.2 billion doses of made in India COVID vaccines. And that too free cost. I may be running out of continent soon, so I will stop here. Distinguished members, the Vedas are one of the world's oldest scriptures. They are a great treasure of humanity composed thousands of years ago. Back then, women sages composed many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future. India's vision is not just of development which benefits women. It is of women-led development where women lead the journey of progress. A woman has risen from a humble tribal background to be our head of states. Nearly 1.5 million elected women lead us at various levels. And that is of local governments. Today, women serve our country in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. India also has the highest percentage of women airline pilots in the world. And they have also put us on Mars by leading our Mars mission. I believe that investigating in a girl child lifts up the entire family. Empowering women transforms the nation. Mr. Speaker, India is an ancient nation with a youthful population. India is known for its traditions, but the younger generation is also making a hub of technology, be it creative reels on Insta or real-time payments. Coding or quantum computing, machine learning or mobile apps, fintech or data science, the youth of India are a great example of how a society can embrace latest technology. In India, technology is not about innovation, but also about inclusion. Today, digital performance are empowering the rights and dignity of people while protecting privacy. In the last 9 years, over 1 billion people got a unique digital biometric identity connected with their bank accounts and mobile phones. This digital public infrastructure helps us reach citizens within seconds with financial assistance. 850 million people receive direct benefit financial transfers into their accounts. 3 times a year, over 100 million farmers receive assistance in their bank accounts at the click of a button. The value of such transfer has crossed $320 billion. And we have saved over $25 billion in the process. If you visit India, you will see everyone is using phones for payments, including street vendors. Last year, out of every 100 real-time digital payments in the world, 46 happened in India. Nearly 400,000 miles of optical fiber cables and cheap data have ushered in a revolution of opportunities. Farmers check weather updates. The elderly get social security payments. Students access scholarships. Doctors deliver telemedicine. Fishermen check fishing grounds, and small businesses get loans with just a tap on their phones. Mr. Speaker, a spirit of democracy, inclusion, and sustainability defines us. It also shapes our outlook to the world. India grows while being responsible about our planet. We believe, Mata Bhumihi Putro Aham Prithviyaha. This means the earth is our mother and we are her children. Indian culture deeply respects the environment and our planet. While becoming the fastest growing economy, we grew our solar capacity by 2,300%. Yes, you have heard right. 2,300%. We became the only G20 country to meet its Paris commitment. We made renewables account for over 40% of our energy sources, 9 years ahead of the target of 2030. But we did not stop there. At the Glasgow summit, I proposed Mission Life, lifestyle for environment. This is a way to make sustainability a true people's movement. To live it, to be the job of governments alone. By being mindful in making choices, every individual can make a positive impact. Making sustainability a mass movement, we help the world reach the net zero target faster. Our vision is pro-planet progress. Our vision is pro-planet prosperity. Our vision is pro-planet people. Mr. Speaker, we live by the motto of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. Our engagement with the world is for everyone's benefit. The one sun, one world, one grid seek to join us. All is connecting the world with clean energy. One Earth, One Health is a vision for global action to bring quality health care to everyone, including animals and plants. The same spirit is also seen in the theme when we chair the G20, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We advance the spirit of unity through yoga as well. Just yesterday, the whole world came together to celebrate the International Day of Yoga. Just last week, all nations joined our proposal at the UN to build a memorial wall to honor the peacekeepers. And this year, the whole world is celebrating the International Year of Millets to promote sustainable agriculture and nutrition alike. During COVID, we delivered vaccines and medicines to over 150 countries. We reach out to others, being disasters as first responders, as we do for our own. We share our modest resources with those who need them the most. We build capabilities, not dependencies. Mr. Speaker, when I speak about India's approach to the world, the United States occupy a special place. I know. Our relations are of great importance to all of you. Every member of this Congress has a deep interest in it. When defense and aerospace in India grow, industries in the state of Washington, Arizona, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania thrive. When American companies grow, their research and development centers in India thrive. When Indians fly more, a single order for aircraft creates more than 1 million jobs in 44 states in America. When an American phone makers invest in India, it creates an entire ecosystem of jobs and opportunities in both countries. When India and US work together on semiconductors and critical minerals, it helps the world in making supply chains more diverse, resilient, and reliable. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we were strangers in defense cooperation at the turn of the century. Now, the United States has become one of our most important defense partners. Today, India and the US are working together in space and in the seas, in science and in semiconductors, in startups and sustainability, in tech and in trade, in farming and in finance, in art and artificial intelligence, in energy and education, in healthcare and humanitarian efforts. I can go on and go on, but to sum up it, I would say the scope of our cooperation is endless. The potential of our synergies is limitless. And the chemistry in our relations is effortless. In all this, Indian Americans have played a big role. They are brilliant in every field, not just in spelling bee. With their hearts and minds, talent and skills, and the love for America and India, they have connected us. They have unlocked doors. They have shown the potential of our partnership. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members, every Indian Prime Minister and American President of the past has taken our relationship further. But our generation has to honor of taking it to greater heights. I agree with President Biden that this is a defining partnership of this country because it serves a larger purpose. Democracy, demography, and destiny give us the purpose. One consequence of globalization has been to cover over concentration of supply chains. We will work together to diversify, decentralize, and democratize supply chains. Technology will determine the security, prosperity, and leadership in the 21st century. That is why our two countries established a new initiative for critical and emerging technologies. Our knowledge partnership will serve humanity and seek solutions to the global challenges of climate change, hunger, and health. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the last few years have seen deeply disruptive developments. With the Ukraine conflict, war has returned to Europe. It is causing great pain in the region. Since it involves major powers, the outcomes are severe. Countries of the global south have been particularly affected. The global order is based on the respect for the principle of the UN Charter, peaceful resolution of disputes, and respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. As I have said directly and publicly, This is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering. Mr. Speaker, the dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. Connected by secure seas, defined by international law, free from domination, and anchored in ASEAN centrality. A region where all nations, small and large, are free and fearless in their choices, where progress is not suffocated by an impossible burdens of debt. Where connectivity is not leveraged for strategic purposes, where all nations are lifted by the high tide of shared prosperity. Our vision does not seek to contain or exclude, but to build a cooperative region of peace and prosperity. We work through regional institutions and with our partners from within the region and beyond. Of this, Quad has emerged as a major force of good for the region. Mr. Speaker, more than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. These ideologies keep taking new identity and forms, but their intentions are the same. Terrorism is an enemy of humanity, and there can be no ifs and buts in dealing with it. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19's biggest impact was the human loss and suffering it caused. I wish to remember Congressman Ron Wright and the staff members who lost their lives to COVID. As we emerge out of the pandemic, we must give shape to a new world order. Consideration, care, and concern are the need of the hour. Giving a voice to the global south is the way forward. That is why I firmly believe that the African Union be given full membership of G20. We must revive multilateralism and reform multilateral institutions. With better resources and representation that applies to all our global institutions of governance, especially the United Nations. When the world has changed, our institutions too must change, or risk getting replaced by a world of rivalries without rules. In working for a new world order based on international law, our two countries will be at the forefront as partners. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, today we stand at a new dawn in our relationship that will not only shape the destiny of our two nations, but also that of the world. As the young American poet Amanda Gorman has expressed, when day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light if only we are brave enough to see it. Our trusted partnership is like the sun in this new dawn that will spread light all around. I am reminded of a poem that I once wrote. आसमान में सिर उठाकर घने बादलों को चीरकर रोशनी का संकल्प ले, अभी तो सूरज उगा है। अभी तो सूरज उगा है। दृढ़ निश्चय के साथ चलकर हर मुश्किल को पार कर घोर अंधेरे को मिटाने अभी तो सूरज उगा है। If I were to say it in English, it would be rising its head in the skies, piercing through the dense clouds with the promise of light. The sun has just risen, armed with a deep resolve, overcoming all the odds to dispel the forces of darkness. The sun has just risen. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, we come from different circumstances and history, but we are united by a common vision and by a common destiny. When our partnership progresses, economic resilience increases, innovation grows, science flourishes, knowledge advances, humanity benefits, our seas and skies are safer, democracy will shine brighter, and the world will be a better place. That is the mission of our partnership. That is our calling for this century. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, even by the high standards of our partnership, this visit is one of the great positive transformation. Together, we shall demonstrate that democracies matter and democracies deliver. I count on your continued support to the India-US partnership. When I was here in 2016, I said that our relationship is primed for a momentous future. That future is today. Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, and the distinguished members of this honor. God bless America. Jai Hind. Long live India-US friendship. Thank you.
Standing ovations for the Prime Minister in that 60-minute long speech at the US Congress, and that itself speaks volumes of how his speech, how his address has been received. Personal touches in several parts of the speech, peppered with jokes, but an overarching message, a message that these are two democracies that matter and two democracies that deliver. You can see the bonhomie, the warmth on your screens there as Prime Minister Modi is interacting with the senators, all of them shaking hands. Some of them I noticed even taking autographs of Prime Minister Modi. And I don't think ever before has Capitol Hill resounded with chants of Modi, Modi or Bharat Mata Ki Jai. That is the impact of the man you see on your screens as he entered into the US Congress there with chants of Modi, Modi, and ending also with those chants. I'm very curious to know what the reaction was to all of those slogans being raised. And so we're going to be connecting with my colleagues Rahul and Geeta on the ground in just a bit. Gaurav Sawant is with me. And Gaurav, look at those pictures. How the congressmen and congresswomen are swarming around Prime Minister Modi, many of them taking his autograph, as you see there.
The Indian voters matter, the Indian American voters matter, and they know Prime Minister Narendra Modi is extremely popular amongst the Indian Americans. They've seen the Prime Minister spoke of it a short while back when he said, the gates of the White House were open for the first time for so many Indian Americans to witness history. And this truly is Indian-American relationship being taken to the next level, Akshita. Very, very important points made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in this 1 hour long address at the US Congress, especially the aspect you raised, the points that you raised. Democracies matter, democracies deliver. And he gave instances of India's story. And isn't it remarkable? He spoke of India's achievements on the world stage here.
You know, I must say that when I first heard those chants of Modi, Modi, all the cheering, all of that, I always assumed it was just the Indian American senators there. But look at those images on your screens. Those are American senators, American congressmen and congresswomen who've right now swarmed the Prime Minister, who are taking his autographs, getting a chance, trying to go ahead and shake hands with Prime Minister Modi. And that really tells you about how the relationship has progressed to this level now, that the Prime Minister's speech is followed by him spending considerable amount of time within the hall, interacting, meeting members of the House, signing autographs on those booklets that were distributed with copies of the Prime Minister's speech. So it's quite amazing to really see those images, because it really tells you the weightage that's being given right now to the Indian American story, the weightage that's being given to the Prime Minister's visit right now. To you, Gaurav, what really was the highlight of the Prime Minister's speech? For me, personally, it was all of the jokes, the personal touch that he gave. But what was it for you?
So many points that the Prime Minister raised. When he mentions the India story is very, very important, and very important for the world to know. The fact that he spoke that when he was last here in 2016, India was the 10th largest economy, and now we are the 5th largest economy, soon to be the 3rd largest economy. So that's a great achievement. Then the two democracies, their shared values, and what's extremely important, the moment India's aerospace industry grows. Now, when you talk about, the deal with Boeing, when so many, Boeing aircraft are being bought by India, and those are passenger aircraft, or when the GE 414 engines of General Electric, if they are made in India, there are jobs that are created in the United States of America. So this is this is mutually beneficial friendship and relationship. That's something that all the congressmen and women, they actually realize, because their voters also benefit. They benefit. Jobs are created in America. Jobs are created in India. And democracy is kept safe from expansionist forces. I mean, what I was very happy about was the fact that he exposed China, an expansionist power in the Indo-Pacific, where he very specifically mentioned that, there are dark clouds of coercion and confrontation that are staring at us in the Indo-Pacific. And smaller countries need to feel safe. Sea lanes of communication need to be kept safe. So he exposes China. He also exposes, without naming Pakistan, state-sponsored radical Islamic terror, when he mentions 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks and the fact that we're still fighting for justice.
Very true. And look at those pictures on your screens. We've progressed now from autographs to selfies with Prime Minister Modi. All the senators queuing up there to quickly click a picture with Prime Minister Modi before he makes his way out. There's another very, very important part of his schedule that's coming up, which is going to be the state dinner. The Prime Minister is expected there in about 2 hours from now, less than that actually, because we're running kind of close on his schedule now. You can see that he's still taking his time out. He's taking the time out to interact with all of the senators, all the congressmen and congresswomen who want a chance to take a picture with him, to interact with him, to shake hands with him, to sign autographs as well. And that tells you about the popularity of the Prime Minister. I must admit that when I first heard the chants of Modi, I saw all the standing ovations. I largely believed that it was triggered by the Indian Americans there in the US Congress. But clearly, it's also all of the American senators who are out there crowding around the Prime Minister. Geeta Mohan, a foreign affairs editor, is with us. Geeta, you were there when Prime Minister Modi was speaking. What's the mood been like around? Because I'm sure never before has the Capitol Hall building ever heard the chants of Modi, Modi.
Well, once before he has spoken over here, and yes, there was uproar then too, but none like the one we've seen this time around. Look at the resounding uproar, not just of the galleries where the Indian American community was seated, and prominent members who work very closely with India, but also from the house below, the senators as well as congressmen, all lawmakers. They're getting up to give him a standing ovation. I was counting myself. I could be wrong, but according to me, from the moment he started speaking, it was 12 times. And
14 in all, Geeta, 14 ovations. 15. Gaurav tells me it's 15.
Yes.
79 applauses, 15 standing ovations.
I counted 14. About 12 when the entire house stood up to give him a standing ovation. And on 2 occasions, it was only the gallery, the Indian community, and the Indian Americans who stood up to give him a standing ovation. So 14 is what I've counted. Maybe Gaurav and I differ on the number, but that's the number. So quite a few times standing up and agreeing with Prime Minister Modi. The whole idea of a standing ovation indeed is the fact that they are getting up and agreeing with the Prime Minister on what he's saying. Most of them to do with India-US partnership, how to go forward, how to move forward, not an era of war. Russia-Ukraine, territorial integrity. These are key words to which everybody stood up and gave him a standing ovation. Also, there were those who've been critics of Modi in the House, Jayapala included, but she also stood up. She stood up when the House was clapping. She also did clap. So it was a different atmosphere from how one viewed or one would have viewed. There were certainly apprehension whether if there are going to be people who would not stand up when the others stand up for a standing ovation. So we see that there is a moment over here where Prime Minister Modi is waving a goodbye to the members who are still inside the House. He's still inside the House. A lot of people taking photos with Prime Minister Modi, and some of them having a brief conversation, and he is indulging all of them. He's taking
Geeta,
time
just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. You're describing what's happening inside. Let's play that out live for our viewers. Briefly, we just heard again as the Prime Minister waved up to the galleries the chants of Modi, Modi. Last few senators, it looks like he's interacting with, signing their documents, signing pages for them before he makes his way out. From here, as I mentioned, he's going to be making his way for that state dinner as well. But you can see so many of them grabbing their phones, trying to get this opportunity to quickly grab a picture, click a picture with the Prime Minister. Some of them also having an interesting conversation, it looks like, with him about the speech, about some of the comments that he's made as well. But you can see there more selfies being clicked in the House. and the Prime Minister patiently ensuring that he goes ahead and responds to every single one of them, interacts with every single one of them, and you can see that there are autographs being taken, selfies being clicked, some of them opening up copies of his speech, showing it to him, highlighting some points, and there you have him waving at the galleries once again. A lot of the Indian Americans are seated in those galleries, which is why he's making it a point time and again to communicate with them.
The purpose of the joint meeting having been completed, the chairs declare that this is now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
There is the announcement of the adjournment by the Speaker, considering that the joint sitting was for the Prime Minister's address officially come to an end. So many takeaways to talk about. The Prime Minister highlighting Indo-American ties, the Prime Minister talking about Indian economy, how it's grown, India's stature in the global order, and also very importantly sending out a message on conflict to the entire world and where India's stand is. That we're very clear war is quite simply unacceptable. So a lot of very important messages that the Prime Minister has put out. Very importantly also spoke about the roots of India in America, the roots of India in the chamber that he stood in. And that's when he cracked that particular joke, which I enjoyed the most, where he referred to a samosa caucus in the House, saying, I hear it's particularly popular in the House. So you could see that he made that effort, referring to several congressmen, congresswomen who he met the last time around, who tragically had passed away this time, made a mention of their names, Gaurav, added that personal touch. And that's why I think it's resonated so much with all of those senators who you see crowding around him, taking his autograph, clicking selfies and whatnot.
The senators, the congressmen, the congresswomen, India-America ties, and right from 1999-2000, he actually complimented every prime minister and every government. They've taken this relationship forward and brought it to this stage. And he made that point that in 2016, when he addressed this Congress, this joint sitting, he said that, the future holds immense promise, India-America relationship. And he said that future is here in the year 2023. He also realizes that these congressmen and women, whether Republicans or Democrats, extremely crucial to take this relationship forward. As the American President Joe Biden said, India-America relationship is the defining relationship of the 21st century. Why? Because if we were to talk specifically of the Indo-Pacific region, smaller democracies, Akshita, are looking to India and America to stand up to expansionist forces that believe in coercion. And it's technically India that's standing up with American, military hardware, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and other things that are required to keep the sea lanes of communication in the Indo-Pacific safe, where Quad plays an extremely critical role.
Very, very true. Gaurav, the President Biden also made that very important point where he said, that the world has a stake in these two democracies. The world has a stake in these ties between India and America. And that, to me, pretty much summed up why right now everyone's watching this particular visit by the Prime Minister so closely. I want to introduce on this broadcast Major Samar Tur, defense expert who's joining us on this broadcast. Thank you, Major Tur. I know it's very late into the night, 2:50, and you've taken the time out to join us live. So thank you for that. I just want to know, what is your response to the Prime Minister's speech, particularly his message on the Indo-Pacific? He made 2 points. One saying not a time for war, but at the same time ensured that he drove home a point about what was happening in the Indo-Pacific.
Good morning, Akshita. Good morning,
Yes,
Gaurav.
good morning would be apt, yes.
And to the audience. His speech was mesmerizing. And the response that the Americans have given to his speech is quite evident, because the only calling card for the Americans left in the Asian continent is the largest democracy, that is India. They have no other way to look on to anyone. As far as their ally, so-called Pakistan, now it's gone against them and are not reliable anymore. It's a failed state. So they don't have anybody to look on. And they have issues with Iran. Afghanistan, they had to leave in between. China's dominance and expansionist mindset is troubling. As Prime Minister Modi said, that it should be a free movement as per international law. It should be safe and secure movement. But now it is having dark clouds of confrontation and danger to sovereignty. And the biggest challenge right now that is there for the Indian continent is the Coco Islands, because there is a 2,300-meter airstrip which is fully functional, and there are speculations that Myanmar has leased it out to the Chinese military. And it is just 45 kilometers north of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So, and this is a very critical issue which has to be addressed at the earliest by India with Myanmar, because it is a place of tactical importance. The Malacca Strait, where 90% of all the trade goes to China and from China towards Europe, is all dependent through Malacca Strait. So China is having his eyes on the Coco Islands as well. So it was imminent for Prime Minister Modi first to call out the card against China, which basically we are going to fight it out. Basically, America has got somebody who's got the back. That is us. And to confront North Korea, they have South Korea, they have Japan.
Which is why very often they, this particular visit, and Gaurav, if you could also pitch in on this, this particular visit has been referred to as more crucial perhaps for America than for India, to send out that very clear message to China that we've got India on our side.
Well, India is the country that stood up to China. Whether you'd recall Doklam 2017, Galwan 2020, and ever since. At the same time, India maintains that very independent foreign policy in terms of not being a part of either that NATO plus invitation that was given, and External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar made that point very clear. But India-America relationship is not just dependent on China. China is a very important factor. It's an expansionist force. India has been saying this all along. China is an expansionist force that needs to be dealt with, and America is realizing this only now, when China's debt trap diplomacy and Wolf Warriors and Belt and Road Initiative, especially post-COVID, are directly taking America on or impacting American interests adversely. So China's one aspect, but Indian-American association is much, much more. China may have been the catalyst, forcing India and America to come closer faster. But this relationship, look, space cooperation, very important. Military hardware, yes, that's China specific, but then that also helps the American industry. It also helps jobs in India and America. So, and all of this is very important. The Prime Minister pushing for the African Union to be a part of G20, and that's India's initiative. That's very important, because you have to keep Africa out of China's debt trap as much as possible and encourage multilateralism, ensure India remains the voice of global South and not an expansionist force like China. So a lot is happening, where the Prime Minister's speech was very important, Akshita.
And I think every single point that he made, had an underlying theme, had an underlying message to Americans, had a message to the world as well, which is why he received 15 standing ovations for several points that he made, points that you've referred to, Gaurav, about the African Union, about Quad, about China, about the Indo-Pacific. All of that is something that resonated with the senators, with the congressmen and the congresswomen there as well. Major Tur, did you also get that sense that, Prime Minister Modi's speech referred to every single aspect? If you look at perhaps from the prism of defense alone, he did make a mention of Quad as well. And that's a very crucial strategic tie-up that he recognized in the floor of the US Congress, knowing full well the impact, an alliance like Quad can have.
See, what petrifies China at present is basically the Quad alliance, because there were talks regarding NATO and NATO plus. In NATO plus, there are 5 countries which are being requested to join NATO, but they will not be backed by the NATO military in case they come to conflict with China. And these countries include Japan, Australia, New Zealand. And so it is very critical that Quad has to, come up in a way in which it is going to actually implement the policy laid down the international law of free movement in sea. Because the construction of these man-made artificial islands by China is hampering the movement of trade, number one. Number two, the small countries in the Asia Pacific region who have a weaker economy are falling for the debt trap. For example, the Harmantota port in Sri Lanka, it is a 100-year lease to China. This is all because of corruption, mismanagement of funds and finances by various governments, which has led to this. So the vulnerability of us getting exposed towards China's malintent of surveillance, intelligence gathering, dominance in the Pacific is actually worrying. Because once their submarines start docking in the Coco Islands and in Sri Lanka, it is going to be a major concern because we are going to be under the watch. So something has to be done quick. More naval and air force and military exercises need to pick up momentum in the future now, and especially with the Quad Alliance, because these are the four main countries, Japan, Australia, India, and US, who are actually going to tighten the noose in terms of the
I think the world, I think America, I think India, all of them actually recognize the power of Quad right now, which is why the Prime Minister also made that mention very, very importantly. Major Tour, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for taking the time out to join us so late into the night or perhaps so early into the morning. You've heard what the Prime Minister said. We're putting out some of those highlights for you in case you missed out. We've got you covered. This was a 60-minute speech you don't want to miss. We're playing it out full for you here. The standing ovation, 15 standing ovations that the Prime Minister received for this speech.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, distinguished members of the US Congress, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. It is always a great honor to address the United States Congress. It is an exceptional privilege to do so twice. For this honor, I extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India. I see that nearly half of you were here in 2016. I feel your warmth as old friends. I can also see the enthusiasm of a new friends in the other half. I remember Senator Harry Reid, Senator John McCain, Senator Orrin Hatch, Elijah Cummings, Elsie Hastings, and others who I met here in 2016 and who are sadly no longer with us. Mr. Speaker, standing here 7 Junes ago, that is the June when Hamilton swept all the awards. I said that the hesitations of history were behind us. Now, when our era is at a crossroads, I am here to speak about our calling for this century. Through the long and widening road that we have traveled, we have made the test of friendship. A lot has changed since I came here 7 summers ago. But a lot has remained the same, like our commitment to deepen the friendship between India and the United States. In the past few years, there have been many advances in AI, artificial intelligence. At the same time, there have been even more momentous development in another AI, America and India. Mr. Speaker and distinguished members, the beauty of democracy is the constant connect with the people, to listen to them and feel their pulse. And I know this takes a lot of time, energy, effort, and travel. It is a Thursday afternoon, a fly-out day for some of you. So I'm grateful for your time. I also know how busy you have been this last month. Being a citizen of a vibrant democracy, myself, I can admit one thing, Mr. Speaker, you have a tough job. I can relate to the battles of patience, persuasion, and policy. I can understand the debate of ideas and ideology. But I'm delighted to see you come together today to celebrate the bond between world's two great democracies, India and the United States. Thank you. I'm happy to help out. I'm happy to help out whenever you need a strong bipartisan consensus. There will be and there must be a contest of ideas at home. But we must also come together as one when we speak for our nation. And you have shown that you can do it. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of America was inspired by the vision of a nation of equal people. Throughout your history, you embrace people from around the world, and you have made them equal partners in the American dream. There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who has made history. I'm told that the Samosa caucus is now the flavor of the house. I hope it grows and brings the full diversity of Indian cuisine here. Over 2 centuries, we have inspired each other through the lives of great Americans and Indians. We pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. We also remember many others who work for liberty, equality, and justice. Today, I also wish to pay heartfelt tribute to one of them, Congressman John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives wings to thought and expression. India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy.
Our when you look back at the tangible takeaways that have emerged from this visit, which one stands out to you as being the most important?
There's so much here. And one of the ones that doesn't get enough attention or headlines, I think, are the improvements on people-to-people ties. I mean, you have India, the largest democracy in the world. You have the United States, the oldest. And we have young populations that want to grow, develop, educate. They want to innovate. They want to make a difference in the world, whether that's on climate change science or clean energy technology or artificial intelligence, space, cyberspace. And these people-to-people ties are so critical, and what you saw today were opportunities to grow those programs, to improve exchanges, whether they're educational or otherwise, between our two peoples, between the American people and the Indian people. So I don't think that got enough headlines. But look, there were other really key deliverables. The co-production of GE jet engines in India. That's a big deal, not just for jobs in India, but also here for the United States. India is going to buy some more MQ-9s, which will improve their military capabilities. We signed on to more investments in each other's economies. India signed on to the Artemis Accords, so space exploration between our two countries will improve. I could go on and on. I mean, I've seen a lot of these, and there hasn't been too many other bilateral visits that I've seen that have created as long a list of deliverables and as specific as this one.
Admiral Kirby, let's take some of the things you mentioned one by one. I'll start with the GE F414 jet engine deal. A few years ago, it would have been quite inconceivable for the United States to be agreeing to transfer this kind of sensitive technology to India. India isn't a formal alliance partner of the United States, is unlikely ever to be part of a formal alliance of any kind. What then do you think facilitates this kind of a deal, and what signal are you trying to send? Because for a long time, India was dependent on the USSR and later Russia for weapon purchases. Is this an effort to try and wean India away from the Soviet-Russian grasp?
It's not an effort against any other country. It's an attempt to show how much this strategic partnership with India really matters to both our nations, quite frankly, and you heard President Biden say this, to the whole world. I mean, India is becoming an increasing exporter of security, not just in South Asia, but in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere. So, I mean, it's really important, we think, that they have access to this kind of technology and this co-production capability to improve not only their capabilities in civil and military air, but again, in the creation of additional jobs.
India and the United States now do more joint exercises than India does with any other country. Is that something that you see increase in time to come, attempts at interoperability, especially in the Indo-Pacific region?
It could. I mean, there were no additional training events announced today, but you're right. We have a terrific regimen of training and exercises with the Indian military. Those help not only our individual militaries get better and more operationally ready, but also improves our interoperability with one another, and so we'll look to see if that needs to be expanded.
One of the things the French were concerned about when the Rafale deal was being negotiated was about the ability of Hindustan Aeronautics, the Indian company, to be able to manufacture as per Rafale standards. Is that something you've satisfactorily addressed the capacity? One of the reasons we're frankly having to come to you is because Hindustan Aeronautics couldn't build the Kaveri engine by themselves. It was heavy, unwieldy. Now, of course, this is a big respite for the light combat aircraft project. Is that something which is of concern to you because you've been a military man yourself?
Well, I mean, we wouldn't make a deal like this and we wouldn't be so proud of this if we didn't have full confidence that India will be able to manage that co-production capability and manage the delivery of those jet engines as appropriate.
Okay, let's now talk a bit about the killer predator drone technology. This, Admiral Kirby, is something that India has been desperately wanting to arm itself with. Is this a pure play business transaction at full commercial rates, or does this too have some kind of a component of transfer of technology inbuilt into it?
This is basically the delivery of additional MQ-9 drones to the Indian military. It's done through the Foreign Military Sales Program. That's what this is about. But these drones will have a terrific additive capability to the Indian military. We believe that they will find them useful and capable for their own self-defense needs.
The president was asked this question about China, and I think the message from the Biden administration was that this isn't aimed at China. But, you know, the fact is that Beijing's noticing the ever deepening ties between India and the United States. Is China really the unsaid gorilla in the room in some senses, sir?
This was not about China, as President Biden said. Look, India has concerns over China's activities in the region and beyond, and so do we. And you heard the president. He spoke very frankly about that, and the two leaders did have a chance to exchange notes and perspectives on the challenge that is posed by the PRC. But that's not why this visit was so important. That's not why this bilateral relationship is considered such a strategic one for our two countries. When you look at the challenges that we're facing around the world, the Indian people and the American people have so much capacity to help solve those problems together. Innovation, technology, engineering, science, whether it's climate change or, as I said, artificial intelligence. The capacity to solve those transnational problems really do reside in this relationship. It's really, as President Biden said, the importance of this relationship goes well beyond our two countries. It really does have the potential to be a global force for good.
Let's spend a moment on the initiative for critical and emerging technologies, Admiral Kirby, because that seems to be one of the linchpins of this emerging relationship. Where does ISED go from here? Outside of what we've seen, the conversation now on for about a year in terms of actual deliverables on the table, what do you think ISED, what should people expect from ISED?
I think what they should expect is that coming out of this visit, we're going to continue to work with our Indian partners and partners around the world too, to improve our approach on ISED.
What did you make of the impact Prime Minister Modi had? You were part of the extended bilateral this morning. What did you make of him being at the south lawns of the White House and just the kind of atmospherics that we saw?
Well, you could tell the warm welcome, clearly. I mean, there's millions and millions of Indian Americans here in the United States, and you could just see the energy here that exists between our two democracies and the importance of this relationship. It was a warm welcome, but more critically than that, they were warm, cordial, constructive discussions about very important, critical issues across, as I said, the spectrum, whether it's private or public sector issues. And so there's an awful lot that our two countries can and will do going forward. And as President Biden said, and I think, again, you can see this reflected in the deliverables. This is going to be the defining partnership for the next 10, 15, 20 years.
You've been saying that, and that gives people in India a lot of hope because the Prime Minister spoke of the hesitance of the past and doing away with that and, really building ties with the United States much deeper, much stronger in the time to come. Last question about the G20 summit in September. The American president will be coming to India. Have you had an opportunity to find out about his thinking as he builds up to this big visit to India in September?
Well, we're very much looking forward to the G20 summit. There'll be, as you can imagine, a spate of issues to be discussed, not least of which is the ongoing war in Ukraine, and we're grateful for India's presidency and leadership of that.
Is that something that came up? Ukraine, India buying oil from Russia, which has been a bit of a thorn in Washington, D.C., and several congressmen especially speaking against
The two leaders did have a chance to talk about what's going on in Ukraine, but I'll leave it there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you taking our time, Admiral Kirby. We read so much about everything that you've been saying. saying and doing, and appreciate you taking our time and speaking to us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Pleasure having you. That's Admiral John Kirby at the National Security Council, the man in charge of strategic communication and one of the senior-most officials of the Biden administration, joining us here on India Today for this exclusive conversation with video journalist Kirpal Singh. This is Rahul Kanwal at the White House, signing off for India Today.
So that's Rahul Kanwal in conversation with Admiral John Kirby, top White House official, and he spells out what really the White House's hopes are for a blooming and deepening relationship between India and the United States. And this comes just moments after the Prime Minister's speech at the US Congress, which received 15 standing ovations. The admiration, the mutual respect for each other is very, very clear in the words of Prime Minister Modi, in the words of John Kirby as well, as he says that the India-US relationship is truly the future. Let's get you some of the highlights of what the Prime Minister said, a 60-minute speech that's going viral now. 15 standing ovations, as I said, and many of the senators stayed back to get autographs and selfies with the Prime Minister. Here's parts of that speech.
Over 2 centuries, we have inspired each other through the lives of great Americans and Indians. We pay tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. We also remember many others who work for liberty, equality, and justice. Today, I also wish to pay heartfelt tribute to one of them, Congressman John Lewis. Mr. Speaker, democracy is one of our sacred and shared values. It has evolved over a long time and taken various forms of systems. Throughout history, however, one thing has been clear. Democracy is the spirit that supports equality and dignity. Democracy is the idea that welcomes debate and discourse. Democracy is the culture that gives India is blessed to have such values from times immemorial. In the evolution of the democratic spirit, India is the mother of democracy. Millennia ago, our oldest scripture said, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It means that truth is one, but the wise express it in a different ways. Now, the US is the oldest and India the largest democracy. Our partnership augurs well for the future of democracy. Together, we shall give a better future to the world and a better world to the future. Mr. Speaker, last year, India celebrated 75 years of its independence. Every milestone is important, but this one was a special. We celebrated a remarkable journey of over 75 years of freedom after 1,000 years of foreign rule in one form or another. This was not just a celebration of democracy, but also of diversity. Not just of constitution, but also of its spirit of a social empowerment. Not just of our competitiveness and cooperative federalism, but also of our essential unity and integrity. We have over 2,500 political parties. Yes, you heard that right. 2,500. About 20 different parties govern various states of India. We have 22 official languages and thousands of dialects, and yet we speak in one voice. Every 100 miles, our cuisine changes from dosa to aloo paratha, and from Srikhand to Sandesh. We enjoy all of this. We are home to all faiths in the world, and we celebrate all of them. In India, diversity is a natural way of life. Today, the world wants to know more and more about India. I see that. Curiosity in this house too. We were honored to receive over 100 members of the US Congress in India over the last decade. Everyone wants to understand India's development, democracy, and diversity. Everyone wants to know what India is doing right and how. Among close friends, I'm happy to share the same. Mr. Speaker, when I first visited the US as a Prime Minister, India was the 10th largest economy in the world. 10th. Today, India is the 5th largest economy. And India will be the third largest economy soon. We are not only growing bigger, but we are also growing faster. When India grows, the whole world grows. After all, we are 1/6 of the world's population. In the last century, when India won its freedom, it inspired many other countries to free themselves from colonial rule. In this century, when India sets benchmark in growth, it will inspire many other countries to do the same. Our vision is सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts. Let me share with you how this vision is translating into action with speed and scale. We are focusing on infrastructure development. We have given nearly 40 million homes to provide shelter to over 150 million people. That is nearly 6 times the population of Australia. We run a national health insurance program that ensures free medical treatment for about 500 million people. $500 million people, that is greater than the population of South America. We took banking to the unbanked with the world's largest financial inclusion drive. Nearly 500 million people benefited. This is close to the population of North America. We have worked on building digital India. Today, there are more than 850 million smartphones and internet users in the country. This is more than the population of Europe. We protected our people with 2.2 billion doses of made in India COVID vaccines. And that too free cost. I may be running out of continent soon, so I will stop here. Distinguished members, the Vedas are one of the world's oldest scriptures. They are a great treasure of humanity composed thousands of years ago. Back then, women sages composed many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future. India's vision is not just of development which benefits women. It is of women-led development where women lead